It's just been non-fucking stop. Just gonna get right into it. We're gonna skip everything. We're gonna switch right over because there's just no point. So we'll see if this works. We'll make this simple today. I got hero indicator not working today. Just doesn't feel like working. Just all lazy. I got YouTube that doesn't want to work. I got Google Chrome that's a fucking disaster today. I don't know exactly what's happening this morning. I kind of know what's happening this morning. I think I do. It has something to do with Chrome. I'm having issues streaming this morning. I'm having issues with Chrome and logins and all over the place. Hero indicators down. I've had to contact different services this morning. My frustration level is at peak levels right now. So bear with me this morning. I don't like being stressed out, especially after a nice long weekend. The weekend was awesome. So I'm a little. Good morning, everybody. That's if you're actually. I've tried to put this live stream up 3 times now, and all 3 have been kind of a disaster. So I'm going to try this one more time. Give me just a second here because I got to get on Twitter and delete some posts that said this is the live stream, and it's not. So I'm going to delete this one. I'm even having trouble with Twitter this morning. Having trouble all across social media. Google, I'm having problems with brokerages, all kinds of nonsense. I don't know exactly what's going on. I don't know if it was the Chrome thing. When the Chrome thing came out, I wiped all my history and then started to reset passwords. And then I don't know if it was lag. I don't know if it's lag between platforms, or it could be tripping up my security too in platforms and stuff like that. Whatever it is, so fucking be it, I guess. So that's what's happening for this morning. We are blasting above some resistance this morning. We got a bunch to go over. Dude, I don't even know what that's about. I got like fucking crazy town going on this morning. I've got like stuff not uploading platforms, or it could. I got some weird shit going on. Like I got placards not fucking uploading, whatever. So we're just gonna do it like this morning. Let me see here. Give me a second. We're gonna do it live. Hang tight. Bear with me here. All right. Pile in this morning, boys and girls. Hope you all had a great weekend. We're going to have a little chit-chat session this morning. We got a lot to go over. Okay, so we are breaking above this resistance this morning, right? We held 410. We dipped a little bit down. I think it was like 409.81 or something like that. And we are trading higher at 415.12. We'll be looking to make a support here. Turn this 414, 415. I'm left scratching my head this morning. 410Ps, they've been loading up on these things since the bell. They're now down to 69 cents, 67 cents. They're like $2 on the bell this morning. It's fucking crack smoking if you think you're going to buy that shit. Crack smoking. That's probably a place today to buy some puts, but not at $2. They're bouncing around right now, but we'll talk about that. We're going to talk about that today and the rest of the week we have lining up. I do want you to see here right off the bat this morning, seeing as I'm a little late here. You got some major resistance above here. It's not quite showing up here. Right there. So right where we are right now, okay, you've got sellers. You've got sellers over here between where we are currently and this 417 level, but they're weak sellers. You can see right here, we're following my cursor on the right-hand side. They're weak sellers. Forget about the hero indicators. I don't know why it's not working right now. Major sellers are above, though, at 420, okay? And we could reverse at any point in here. We could reverse between here and 417, 420, whatever. It doesn't matter. This is kind of like a trapping type environment. The one fear here is this, is that if you're a bull and early, you could get trapped. So when we're down here at these levels, whether you're buying 410 or you're waiting for 405 or 400, we're going to talk about that too, because we probably will go lower to 400, not even 405. We should expect a reaction at 405 just because of the placement of options in the market. But at the same time, this is more of a trapping type operation. So if you're a bull, you start buying your calls and you're like, fuck yeah, I'm just buying fucking 430s expiring on Friday. I'm going to fucking diamond hand those bad boys until Friday. It's kind of a tough play. They might print. What I don't like about these FOMC weeks is you tend to go early and then they reset options on you at multiple points. You might get reset options 2-3 times this week, and they're shaking you out. And what'll happen is you'll lose faith at some point, and be like, "Fuck this! I ain't buying another dip." And boom, there it goes. 20-cent calls turn into like $6 or something stupid. So, anyways, that's my point. So, first off, think of that. Second off, you could just sit back and buy some fucking call spreads. You buy them right on the open this morning, 410, 409. Yeah, we might swing lower to 400, but it's coming back up. Well, and that's the general viewpoint. We'll go through all of it, why it could go up. There are multiple reasons. You're going to have to see some major put replacement from here into Wednesday and Friday. Like major, like you're talking like $200 million rolling through options flow. Like not like $200 million of not at the buy, at the ask. Like you'd see it through flow algo this morning. It would pop up. That's how much has to come in. You're talking major hedging, major put buying from prop desks. It's not just any old regular old. With that said, though, right? You're also going to get these fucking dealers and market makers, and they like to do fuckery as well. They need to make their money as we rotate up and away from where we are right now. I've spent the past week trying to validate a trip to 360 or 380 right now. I'm looking at PE ratios in S&P 500. I'm looking at S&P ratios on NASDAQ. I see us going there. But like right now, I'm scratching my fucking head on that. I really am. I'm just like with the time involved, right? And it's funny too, because you hear bears are like, I don't mind us going even to 240, but even so, time. Like you're talking about doing something that is today. It's fucking pure nonsense. It really is. The market is being manipulated unlike any other time in history, on the way up and now the way down to some extent. I mean, what are you saying? We're going to 240, we're going 360 this week, and then we're going to fucking 240 in a month or two? That's just, you're smoking fucking crack. It's just impossible. But no, you're not getting a market crash every year or two. You just aren't. They're not going to allow it. No matter how hawkish Fed Chair Powell is, if you start seeing market crashes every year or two in the U.S. economy, they're going to fucking do something. I promise you. They're going to do something. There's just no... So just the time that we're talking about here is just fucking pure insanity. It's they're off their fucking rocker. They really are. And I could even see a bounce here. We head up and then we head down to a really nice buy at some point, summertime or even fall, where we do trade down to 360, 380, somewhere in there. I don't think that's implausible, but I think you're smoking fucking crack if you're like, oh yeah, we're going to hit 360 today. We're going to bounce back up, and then we're going to fucking head down to like 240 by end of year. Like that, it ain't going to happen like that. It's going to be like 1 to 3 years. The time frames that people have on some of this shit blows my fucking mind. And then the other thing that kind of pisses me off as a retail trader is when we're down, I'll just bring this one up here. And all you fucking, I'm not going to say fucking retard. Yeah, I'm going to say, all you fucking retards out there, you guys are fucking assholes to each other, and I don't know why you are. Then you see me get pissed off on YouTube. And, I'm looking at something like this, right? And you know what I'm looking for up here? My cursor is I'm looking for some, like, fucking bears and bulls to say, take profit. And then we're down here. I'm looking for some bulls and bears to say, long. And then I'm looking up here for some bulls and bears, back and forth like this. Instead, you know what I get? I get fucking bombarded with go long up here, and I get fucking bombarded with go short down here, and I get fucking bombarded. And you know where all that shit comes from? Dumb fucks out in fucking social media land. Dumb fucks. Drinking shit bombs from fucking, I kid you not, these are from fucking banks and hedge funds and complete, utter fucking shitbag fucks. If you're one of those people out there listening to me right now and you take part in that shit, go fuck yourself. Like retail, I don't care if you're a bull or a bear, but there's a time to buy a fucking dip and there's a time to sell a fucking rip. And it doesn't matter if the market's going up or down. This shit here doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's 2020, 2021 going straight up. There's a time to take profit, time to buy. Time to take profit, time to buy, right? And the same thing works when we head down, too. So it drives me fucking batty. And what else drives me fucking batty is that the cacophony on social media. Social media is just as fucking poisonous. my rage is so high right now because I'm at this point where I want to buy, literally, this is how bad it is. I want to buy some fucking call spreads, right? Shut down everything and come back in a couple weeks. I'm there too. And especially how we're trading, because I am a bull. I don't need to deal with this bullshit every fucking week right now. Like, I could deal with it back here when we're going straight up, but right now where we are, it's so suspect. And all it's meant to do is take the money away from you at this point. And it doesn't matter if we trade down to fucking 400 today and tomorrow and a Wednesday. You just know that you buy this every time. Every single time you buy this. And, I'm reading all these fucking posts on Friday, and I'm like, this comes from, like, social media to the news to trusted institutions that you people look towards out there in the real world, and it's fucking disgusting. Like, I am so disgusted right now. This is the kind of shit, right, that turns me off as a retail trader. What really turns me off as a fucking retail trader is that there's no at least 70% of retail saying, hey, take profit here, and hey, buy here or sell here. Like some general, like, clearinghouse or something. Because I promise you, right, you can get faded and stuff as a professional trader. People, they'll fuck with each other, like hedge funds will fuck with each other, banks will, but honestly, in the background, they know where it's going to an extent. Sometimes they fight each other. Sometimes there's unknown headline news. You guys see it all the time with headline news. They usually know the news in advance, and when they don't, even when the stock goes the direction it should because of unknown news, they'll bring it right fucking back down like the same day or the next day, so that they can get placement. So this is a big long diatribe going back years. But my point to you though is, generally speaking, they know where it's going. Retail has to have that kind of brotherhood or sisterhood or themhood or whatever names you're all using for each other for it these days. You can see it in politics too. You can see it like just in politics.
WTI crude futures are all fairly low, still down about 2.5%, 102.
You see fucking poor people in the fringes of the right and poor people in the fringes of the left. And all that, right, is the same similar thing. They're in this world right now, right? Companies and politicians and very intelligent people are forcing you to take extreme positions away from each other. And this includes the market. And there's like a division. You think you're rich too. You could be making $1 million a year. You're not rich, and you're not. And they're still dividing you on what reality is in this world. So my mind is fucking blown right now. Now, could you have like I don't know, some kind of a fucking market crash today or tomorrow or Wednesday? We plunge to 360. Sure. But I'd rather buy the dip today, and if we plunge to 360 today, than buying it up here, anywhere else. Does that make sense to any of you out there? Like, literally, any of you. You'd be wanting to buy this dip down here, no matter how fucking deep the plunge is. Same thing goes for any time in 2022, 2021, 2020. Like, any of these sell-offs you want to fucking buy every fucking time. So I'm gonna rage today. I really am. Like, I'm at a point right now, right, where I'm at like I need a break face. I need a fucking break because it's this kind of shit. I mean, it's just fucking baffling. It really is fucking baffling what's going on here in the market. You know, and it's like in you see it everywhere today, right? You see it in almost everything. You want to write, like I posted something about a Forbes article that came out yesterday, some shit fucking talking Forbes article. I mean, they should have posted that article here or over here or over here, not down here. Post it up here. Because they post really positive articles up here, and you end up buying, continuing to buy, saying we're going higher, and of course we sell off. So this market is built to fuck you. Is my point. That's the point of this. Is that this market is built to fuck you. That's what it does. And so that's what they're gonna do. Now, furthermore, on that topic, and that same topic, this is a trap down here. It's the trap bulls in, it's trap bears in. They will bring it up, but in the meantime, they're gonna trap you. And that's because they don't want you to win, even if you see it. Okay, so there's going to be some fuckery down in here next couple days. Within this fuckery, there's also some mechanics in play, some technicals in play, and there's some reasons why we should go up unless you see giant rolling hedges and puts from prop desks at the same time. So the easy play for you is to just buy some spreads, man. Come back. Literally, it's easy. It's easy. It's like dumbed down, no-brainer stuff that should be taking place for you as a trader. These are the easiest trades. These are the ones where you simplify your trading, and you can make money, like steady money, regardless of which way the market's going. Now we're going to look at the spot gamma report this morning for just a moment. The macro theme. I stopped looking at this, but we're going to look at this because people were asking for it. So a sustained rally is unlikely to occur until May 4th, which holds the FOMC. Due to these events, I guess, volatility, large puts is unlikely to be meaningfully sold. This is the key part, right? The fuckery we talk about. There are mechanics in the background. Why as well, right? Why you can say, hey, the dealers are making all this money, right? There are other reasons too, right? These large banks are not going to sell their puts. They're going to hold them just in case, right? Just in case there's something they don't know about. It prevents an extended rise in equities. A break of 4,200 invokes our lower bound concept valid into F54. We see substantial longer-term support at 40.50 due to large open interest at 4,000. Futures are trading, blah, blah, blah. We look for a volatile session with an implied move of 1.2%. The VIX is trading near 34, which implies a 2.14% daily move for SPX. It's weird, too. They're talking about backwardation in the VIX this morning. There's some other issues in there, too. Key resistance is at 4,200, so we know that, right? We're probably not going to get above 4,200 between now and FOMC. Support lies at 4120, 410 on the SPY, and then 4049. We're assigning an edge to a recovery rally today as outlined below. Friday's expiration brought a reduction in negative gamma across the board. I agree with this. It did, right? We had some gamma roll off, some negative gamma, negative puts rolling off, and we'll continue to have that today, Wednesday, and Friday, with large strips of puts being closed due to Friday's expiration. These are big banks in here, okay? They don't give a fuck what's going to happen today. They're going to sell you a story between now and Wednesday. This doesn't change our forecast much, but it's interesting in that it suggests traders reduce some put exposure. This is positive to hear, right? You want people closing for profit. Wait for this shit to blow over the week and then go long. Or even go short if he comes out and says some kind of nonsense. We'll talk about him later, too. That's JPOW. Even though puts were closed, SPX IV is sharply backward dated. This obviously suggests market fear. This kind of implies that right around $30, right? We're bottoming at $30 or so. But it's also a function of trapping in our bulls on VIX too. I think we talked about that on Friday. That there's we'll look at VIX today as well, because VIX will stay up there. People are like, I want VIX to stay up there at 40, 48 for a day or two. If you don't get that, it becomes a trap. We might flip up there. You rope in a bunch of VIX bulls. You get a quick spike up, and then boom, before you know it, it flips back around and you're trapped inside the VIX. But it also signals puts are quite expensive. We see these steep put prices as a deterrent for traders who are now focused on Wednesday's catalyst. This could relieve some short-term pressure on markets and we think result in a bit of a market recovery today and tomorrow. Right? Can't be buying fucking puts. 0 day. They got 0 dates on the bell today, right? They had 4 10s off the bell that were like $2. There ain't fucking no way you're buying that shit. No fucking way. It's not, I tried to explain this over the weekend. It's not that you can't, right? I've always heard these arguments in the past, like, well, puts are expensive because they're valuable. I'm like, no. No, you're not buying expensive puts for 100% print. For a 1-to-1 ratio. Sometimes you'll see higher, right? You'll make 200-300%. Market sell-off that's not seen something you might make 2,000-3,000%, something like that. But that's not how puts work. They're protective in nature. They were built. They were introduced. Matter of fact, I don't even know if you guys know this. There was a time when you couldn't buy puts. There were only calls in the market. I bet a bunch of you don't even know the history of puts, right? But anyways, and when they did introduce them, they introduced them as protection. Now, of course, we use them to make money, but they were never built. They're literally not built for you to be buying them and expecting stupid fucking profits from them. And so that's why oftentimes I don't trade puts. Sometimes I'll do put spreads, but I often don't trade puts because they're not built for me to make a ton of money. If I don't own any stock right now, well, I own some fucking stupid weed stocks that my wife bought. Don't ask me. But if I owned any stocks anymore right now, yeah, I'd buy some puts to hedge them on the way down this year, but she hasn't done that, so whatever. We see these steep put prices as a deterrent for traders who are now focused on Wednesday's catalyst. This could relieve some short-term pressure on markets, and we think results in a bit of market recovery today and tomorrow. This is SPX term structure. All of our data continues to line up with our core themes of a stretching into a lower bound, less than 420. Stretching is key, and large support at 4,050. The weekend brought little news of market significance. We're now just 2 sessions off our key 5-4 date. Currently, FOMC is the only major event for Wednesday. As it appears, Russia has avoided a default. It appears that they have. They have and they haven't. First, in regards, another thing on the Russia topic, right? There is some risk in Russia right now. There is a lot of the rumor mill is running rampant on Russia right now in Ukraine. You could see something in the next few weeks. There's like talk of surges coming into Ukraine. There's talk of wholesale winning by Ukraine. I'm not going to use the words I want to use. And then England, as a matter of fact, sent some very important missiles to Ukraine. England is stepping up its commitment to Ukraine in arms with some laser-guided missiles that are pretty badass. They're like Stingers to an extent. They can be land, sea-based, and air-based, too. They've developed over the years. I'll try to send a link out to that later, but there's some really heavy-duty shit going on in Ukraine right now. First, in regards to the 4050, we highlight the level due to large open interest of 4,000 shown below. Our models show a distinct kink in gamma curves near 4050, which implies support in that area. If we were to test 4050 pre-FOMC, right, this is key, we anticipate a bounce purely due to options positioning. This comes not only from large put positions, but there's a material amount of call positioning, too. Further, a visit to this area would likely correspond with another surge in IV. And we believe dealers are long tail risk. This means that they are getting a Vega payout, alleviating them of some of the short delta obligations. In turn, they can offer more liquidity, which supports market, i.e., dealers will get paid, then they will long the market at that point, okay? Hey, buddy. How you doing? In turn, they can offer more liquidity, which supports markets. We'll aim to post this concept today. The key point in this is that they are long vol, right? The moment they can monetize that, right, they'll add to the new risk, which would be going up, and that would support markets more than likely in overnights. Not guaranteed. Depends when we slam down on that 4050. Our opinion remains that it would take a true event. Here you go, a credit default, trigger 4,000 before FOMC. Further, for a move lower than 4,000 post FOMC, we think we'd have to see the Fed come off as extra hawkish. Another key point in here too is if we tag 4,000, right, regardless of how pissed out. Well, I don't know. I guess if we traded down to 4,000 at the Fed meeting, and Chair Powell came out as extra hawkish, you'd see a drop quickly. Now, sometimes that news leaks early, half hour, 3 hours. Sometimes you'll see a quick spike down for a dip buy to go higher. If it's not hawkish, just before, half hour, hour before, 2-3 hours before. Also, with this being said here, if he's not extra hawkish and you see us trading down to 4,000, any other time, it's a huge support area. So if we hit 4,000 like today, tomorrow, anything like that, it's not going to crash through 4,000. That ain't happening. It has to be like some insider information that gets cut public where they go blasting through 4,000. Very low chance of that happening. To this point, we've been flagging this move VIX divergence for the better part of a month, and it now seems the VIX is playing some catch up. We think the FOMC is a make or break trigger for either bond volatility to reduce, leading to a VIX decline, or VIX gaps higher to catch up to the rising move index. We are in the first camp. The farther market declines in FOMC, the more of a miss that is required for the Fed to trigger a stock decline. I.e., right, if we trade down into 4,000 heading into FOMC, right, it's going to raise the VIX up, and there's less of a chance of a further decline below 4,000, right? We'll get the VIX up high enough where they can make money, the big boys can make money, and then we trade higher. Now, let's say we don't trade down to 4,000. That would open the door for that quick slap down there heading into FOMC. Let's say they know the news is good at FOMC, right? They could then, you ever notice when we sometimes will have a quick market crash, right? And it happens over half an hour, 20 minutes. That's because they know that they're not getting the news that they expect and that they haven't gotten the price that they wanted. So let's say the VIX doesn't get up that high. At some point, you might see 20-minute, 30-minute dump. If you see that, to get the VIX where it needs to be. If that happens, hold. Do not cut yourself loose from that move higher. In summary, we were looking for a short-term bounce here in markets with a large directional move coming out of 5-4 FOMC. While we give an edge to a bounce today, we respect the market's unrelenting pressure. If the SPX does tag 4,500 area today or tomorrow, then we'd move from assigning an edge to a bounce to something more material. Another key point here is if you're a bear out there and you're super bearish, and let's say you want to short this thing into FOMC, let's say we get down to 4,000 or 4,500, at that point, a straddle would be beautiful. Especially if you're bearish, you could take that 380, that 360, doom and gloom, and you could take that long, because either way, you're going to get a large directional move. You're not going to get like us sitting at 4,000. The chance of us sitting down there at 4,000 into FOMC is very low, very low. You could, and I'd put like 2 weeks on it. 2 week strangle, way outside outside the money. By a couple hundred points on a straddle, or in the money, sorry, that's strangle. You put them in the money 2 weeks out, both sides, and we're headed. I'll scroll through this for you this morning real quick so you can pause this video. If you feel like you're lagging behind right now.
Just past the 11 o'clock hour. We're 30 minutes now to the European cash equity close. The UK remains closed today, but the CAC Quran is down about 1.6%. The DAX down 1.1%. The Euro Stoxx down about 1.8%. U.S. equity markets giving back some of the early gains now, back to about 30 points or so in the Dow, 47 points in the NASDAQ Composite, and about 5 handles in the S&P cash market.
If you feel like there's a lag in your stream this morning, just go down.
Dollar index up about 0.33% today, and the VIX remains higher by about 2.25% at 34.14.
If your stream is lagging, just go back down to the preferences of your YouTube channel. You can click on it and speed up this stream. I'll sound funny for about 15 seconds, and then the stream should be a lag of maybe 3 seconds from live. Okay, so that's the first thing we're talking about this morning. We're going to talk about some other stuff this morning. We got a whole bunch of other crap to talk about. There's one key thing I want you to be looking at here, okay? Now, we were down 11.6%. We're really far down inside this buy zone on the market breadth indicator. If the bears had an argument, you'd switch to a weekly on the market breadth indicator, and if you wanted to be super careful, this is for you bulls that want the zero risk. We still have some breadth in the market. You'll hear me commenting on Twitter often. We need to burn out the energy crowd. We need to burn out the crowd that's an XLP. As a matter of fact, I caught a strike on Twitter for saying that. And if you're on a weekly chart, you can see that there's still a little bit of the materials too. There's still people in materials. As a matter of fact, some of this has gone down this morning. This was higher this morning, but consumer staples, there's still people in consumer staples. There's still money in materials right now. So in a weekly chart, yeah, there's a little bit more down that we could go. But even on the weekly chart, because I was reading an article this morning that said the market still has tons to sell off. And I'm like, that's bullshit. It's got like maybe 360, 3,600, maybe. That's not a ton. That's not crazy town. And so just timing-wise, do I expect that sell-off today? I doubt it. I fucking do. It's such a small chance. I doubt it. So right where we are right now, if you look at the market breadth indicator, you could buy this with just a spread. Put some time on it. I was saying if you bought the dip with 3-month calls a week or two ago, I think you could easily get into a month and a half right now, and unless we have a market crash, they're going to print. You could buy some OTM calls right now, and they're going to print. As long as they get some time on them, they're going to print. Unless we have a market crash. And, you know, it's like every time I hear market crash, I'm like, really? Market crash? So we'll look at something else here. Let's go to a year chart. We're in this negative channel heading down here. I like 360. You know when I like 360? Like way down here in November. This is where I like 360. You know where I like 380? Somewhere down here in the middle of summer. August, September. September known as a shitty month. Somewhere down in here. So when I'm looking at this right here and you're trying to tell me we're going to 360 right fucking now, I'm like, I don't know. This would still be extremely bearish, right? We do something like this. That's still extremely bearish. That's still extremely bearish. This down here at 360 puts us at like a 15. Might even be lower, like 12 PE ratio on S&P 500. It's like between 12 and 15, I believe it or not. So like, you're trying to tell me that we know that we're going to deal with the recession today. Try to tell me that we're going to price in 12 or 15 on the S&P today, this week. Maybe. Let me ask you the next question. Let's say this is like stupid simple shit. Let's say you think that we're going down here right now today, or even down here, 360. You think we're going 360 today? You're gonna tell me there's no Fed put coming out on Wednesday? That's what you're gonna tell me? You're fucking smoking crack. What do you think they're gonna do? Send the fucking? You think they're not gonna have a Fed put? We're gonna trade down to 240 to like a 10 PE ratio, or a 5 PE ratio on the S&P 500? It's pure insanity. Pure insanity. Oh, we just need a market flush. I don't know, man. That we are in modern monetary theory. These people don't act like that. They just don't. They would keep inflation for the next 2 years rather than have to deal with this. You think they're gonna risk blowing up companies and banks all at once? The first time, if you guys, some of you guys know this, some of you guys don't. No, not the first time, but in reality, it took them like it was like a weekend no, I'd call it 3 to 6 months in 2008, or excuse me, 2007, 2008. It took them like 3 months, I'd say, to figure out how to stop a market crash. It took them fucking no time, the one that we had in 2020. And so even if you had an event like this right now, they would do the same fucking thing, believe it or not. They would put the market put in no matter what. So I just don't see this happening right now, okay? It's not on my playing field. I don't think it ever gets there. And especially not during an FOMC meeting. I don't think that this happens today. The risk here is low. I think the risk is high though over time for us trading down to 360. I think that a year from now or at the end of this year, they'll still stare at, hey, is inflation going down? Is it not transitory? Are we in stagflation? Is this just short-term debt, right, that we're dealing with? Is it long-term debt? And then you'll start to reassess to go down to, let's say, 240 over the next 2 years. They're going to try to hold this off and give every chance to the economy to remove the $25 trillion that's still sitting in the economy. They're going to give some time before we burn it to the ground. So I'm still open to this trade lower over time, but I'm just not seeing the market crash. Not every 2 years. I saw some people talking about their 4 market crashes in millennials' lifetime. Like, I don't think you're going to see market crashes every year or every 2 years or every 3 years. They're going to do something to try to rein it in. So, although I think if they weren't applying modern monetary theory, sure, we get a crash right here. But we would have had a crash in 2020 that wouldn't have recovered either. So you probably wouldn't have been anywhere near here. And then furthermore, I don't understand why any of you would want a market crash. Why would you I have this feeling that like some of you either just have never been through one, or why you would ever want to sadomasochistically like be a sadomasochist, and you like the intent is we're going to burn it all down and rebuild. You don't rebuild from those events if you don't apply modern monetary theory. You're stretching out the pain. But I just don't understand. I'm like, my mind is kind of cracked out by this right now, by this logic. So we'll leave that alone for another time. Anyways, so we're down here, right? I see this as being some kind of a bottom in the market, in my view. Now we're going to talk about some other stuff here. Hold on here. And I have a whole bunch of stuff I wrote down. You guys were able to check out the FOMC cycles, right? The meetings are buys and the minutes are sells. You guys already know about that, right? You buy the meeting, you sell the minutes. So keep your eyes on when the next minutes are, I believe. And then also we also have the end of the month for May. 2 volatile events that should be down the road. We'll look at the VIX here in just a moment. Talk about the VIX. We'll talk about we'll talk about rising yields, right? That they are the biggest issue right now for the stock market. And of course, you've seen it mostly in tech stocks, right? Not as much as in we've had energy holding up, and the S&P 500. We've had consumer discretionaries, XLP, value holding up the S&P 500. Whereas we've seen wilder swings in tech. So we have to talk about that. And then PE compression, right? PE multiples. We'll talk about that this afternoon at some point. Earnings estimates. We're fucking ugly, whether you like it or not. Apple not giving guidance. No bueno. We'll talk about that today and why that plays into the market trading down or continuing to trade down, but not a market crash. And we'll talk about tightening in financial conditions today at some point. Now, as far as a rebound in the market, let's talk about a rebound in the market. Where can you see a rebound in the market today, Wednesday? We haven't talked much about that either. So we're down here, right? We're looking to grab a bottom down here. Where can we expect a rebound? I hear people talking about 420 being a price target. I think that's insano. I think it's insano. I see people talking about 430 being a price target somewhere in there. I think that's insano. I think the least that you get is 440. You know, I just tagged these in here, right? Wherever we wind up here, If we make a move up to 420, I think. Oh, hold on a second here. I think that's the least that you get. The least. I think 430 is still a lower bound, and I think 440 is easy on this rip. I think this is rational and reasonable. It wouldn't be shocked to see 440, believe it or not. And I wouldn't be surprised to see it fast, so that this move to be fast, so you can get back into selling May, right? Come back up here and start to sell the summer off, so you can get your 380 by end of summer, and then your 360 by end of year. So I still don't it's weird. Like, the Bears are weird. They're like, well, we'll give you this, but we're not giving you anything more than like 430. We're going straight down here. Just think of it from a time perspective. You're not getting 240 by December. You're just not. It's not going to happen. And if you did, it doesn't line up with a recovering economy. I don't see the economy. You've got shortages. You've got inflation. I see it in a year to 3 years, a chance of it happening, but I'm not seeing it. So whatever bounce this is, right? You're probably easy on 420. 430 is not irrational. 440 is logical, and 450 would be the upper bound. Okay, so keep these levels as you buy a dip. If you want to do a mix of OTM calls, spreads, you want to throw some shit tickets out there for 450 or something, heading into not end of May, but like second, third week of May, for 450, just in case penny calls, something like that. I don't think it's crazy to be thinking about 450 up here. You saw this rejection above here at 450, which is we're heading into FOMC. I'm going to expect us to try to at least grab that with no negative news on the horizon outside of FOMC in the minutes, and they'll try to get there to 450. They're going to attempt to. This is a higher bound, but I don't see it being illogical to trade up to 450 between now and or after now and FOMC and thereafter and into the end of the month, May. God damn it, OPEX, the monthly OPEX, and of course the minutes. So I have a ton of time to get there. But 450 would be my price target, and of course layering in calls all the way up as the next few days present themselves. And you can already see this basing taking place down here. This is also a trap. I want you to look at right down here, okay? As a matter of fact, this is an old one. So price target down below here by May 4th. We've got 440. The intent would be that we can trade higher into this 420 into the close, maybe sell it off again, right? Trap some people in and head down into Wednesday, and then we get our rocket ship up higher, okay? This is kind of it right in here. You're gonna hear people saying we're gonna escape velocity into today. It's possible. The best thing to do would be to take a long here and look for a short of some kind or a put spread of some kind into FOMC. And you're going to hear, all kinds of negative nonsense ramp up into FOMC. If we sell off today at any point, I'm buying this. Anything. If we sell off down here today, I'm buying this. I'm going to be buying this, maybe buying this, maybe buying this at any point between now and FOMC. All right. Hope that clarifies everything at this point. What else we got this week? Core capital goods revised. We've got job openings tomorrow. We've got the employment report on Wednesday. And then we got claims on Thursday. Non-farm payroll on Friday. I'll tell you what. Hold on here. I'm going to read this off to you. I'm going to read this off to you right here. Coming off an extremely volatile week and month, U.S. indices bounced in and out of red, and the VIX held near 35 to begin trade this week. The U.S. 10-year yield is approaching 3%, with all eyes on the Fed, are expected to announce a 50 BPS hike and kick off quantitative tightening on Wednesday, and greenlight another 50 BPS hike at their next meeting. They have not been doing that, though. I've been watching the RRPs at nighttime, and all that money's still in the market. What else we got here? Greenlight another 50 BPS hike at their next meeting. Chinese PMI data was disappointing and included details that were worse than the headline, with almost all components hitting their lowest since COVID lows in February 2020. U.S. April ISM data missed expectations, with the new orders component slipping to lowest reading since May 2020. Metals and energy prices have come under pressure. U.S. stock indices firmed following choppy early trade led by some bargain hunting in small caps and NASDAQ. Hold on here, my arm's still giving me some problem. My arm's healing finally, but it's at like, it was at like a 9 out of 10 of shittiness last week. It's at like a 6 out of 10 shittiness. That's all I got for you at this moment in the market. Nice intraday support here, 410. If we begin to sell down at any point, you can see that real support is at 4,000. There is a bump on the road at 405, just so you can see that right here. There's that 405 down below. Nice support here. It's still weak, though. I made a comment about this on Twitter this morning. There's large buyers here. You can see this large band of buyers between 410 and 408. But real buyers are down below. You can see this here. At any moment, you can see that these buyers are weak. And they're still weak even into 405. Let's see here. Where you start to see the real buyers at down here is this 400. This is where you expect a reaction. See this band we're on right now? See these peaks here? And then it's kind of an easy run down to 4,000. I know 4050 is this area of interest. You could see the 4,000 crowd come up, but real support is down below at this 4,000. And currently we are at support at 410. So I'm going to get into your comments in the chat. Sorry for that rant this morning, but I'm a little pissed off at what am I pissed off at? I'm a little pissed off at hold on here. We do some stuff over here in the background. And I haven't looked at earnings for today and tomorrow. Well, I've looked at them, but I haven't talked with you guys about them on earnings. Let me click up here and see what you guys are doing. Yeah, I'm pissed off at most things. I had a rough. This has been a rough morning. So over the weekend I was resetting. So I started on Friday resetting. I was resetting Chrome and deleting histories in Chrome, and then I came back this morning on Monday morning, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna load all these other. So I've got multiple.
We're 10 minutes now. 10 minutes to the European cash equity close. The DAX is trading down about 1.2%. The CAC down 1.8% as we head towards the close. U.S. equity markets are in the red once again at 4109, and the S&P futures trading about 10 handles above where the low this morning of 40.98. We did see the S&P cash market briefly trade below the February low just after the U.S. cash equity open. Drifting back in that direction again, 41.14 in the S&P cash market.
So I already came in pissed off because this is always my point of contention. When we're at lows,
low today was 41.05.
It's one of the things that grinds on me. So that's been on my mind all week. And then I rolled back in this morning, And of course, I've got so I've got multiple computers. I've got two different desks in two different locations. I got laptops, work way on laptops, stuff like that. And of course, none of these things want to talk to each other. Anything that you set up in computing, you ever wonder why? It's funny if you look at this from like a business owners all the time will be like, all right, I set up my website. I don't need to keep the computer science guy on the books anymore. I'm going to fire him or her. And then you find out that you make one change and it fucks everything up. It did nothing transfers across platforms. You're just like, now you got to go back in. It takes like 8 hours to make anything work again. And so of course I come in this morning and I'm like, this is enough for me. I'm like, this is sending me over the edge. This is sending me over the. I'd rather. But plus, the other thing is, I spent this weekend playing soccer. I was out playing soccer with my daughter this weekend. I was out and about. It was like rainy, and then it got warm. And I'm hanging out with my youngest daughter is finally going back to a soccer team, and I'm just like, all I want to do is play soccer with my kid. That's all I want to do. I'm a total fucking vagrant. So I go hang out with my kid, go hiking, go biking, go play soccer. It's springtime.
And the euro holding near the lows of the day, down about 0.4% against the dollar. The euro pair at 1 spot 0506. Bond yields are higher across the continent. The Italian 10-year up 7.5, almost 8 basis points. The German 10-year up 2 as we push towards the European cash equity close in a little more than 5 minutes' time.
Yeah, I have no interest. So Chase said, why not buy any puts here at 410? I don't have any interest here. So there's a few reasons here why I don't prefer to buy. I don't mind buying put spreads here. Heading into Wednesday, some put spreads or some condors. I don't like the idea of, number one, getting trapped in puts. I don't like the idea of how long you have to sit in them. There's also the idea that you're going to get trapped in them. For the payoff, I'd rather focus on the buy side of the market. There's more risk in the buy side of the market, or more risk in the sell side of the market here. More risk of being trapped, and then the payoff isn't good enough. I was trying to point that out this weekend, that you could buy the dip down here on the SPY 10 times over the course of the next 3 days, and just throw your money away. It could burn to the ground 10 times. And you'd still pay off more on the call side than taking the risk. So let's talk about that. Chase brought that up. It's a good point. So let's look at this from a different perspective. It's a fair point, and there's good reason to be asking that question. And I'm going to explain why no. I like the idea of buying some condors. This is where you'd be like, hey, yeah, especially after the bell today. We talked about that on Friday, right? You buy some condors where you're not going to trade, and you hold them only into Tuesday or Wednesday, maybe the open of Wednesday. Now, you're not going to expect too many movements out of this area in here between. You're going to be forced into trading 410 to 420. You might trade above it here briefly. You might trade below here briefly, but you're going to be focused on this area. I like that idea. I don't mind the idea of buying some put spreads up here, anywhere up in here. I don't mind that idea, but I wouldn't hold them either too much longer than maybe the close of Tuesday, possibly the open of Wednesday. Now, even when you're doing that, here's the deal. So let's say I'm complicating my trading down here, and I'm going, yeah, I'm gonna get some put spreads here, right? I don't mind that idea. I don't mind that idea of getting put spreads and buying every dip down below. But let's just say you got put spreads here. My real thought is that this is the area for bears to get trapped. Further, this is an area where if I'm only focused on one thing and buying a dip down here, I can buy this here, and if it fails, it's okay. If I buy this here and it fails, it's okay. If I buy this here and it fails, it's okay. If I buy this here, I'm just focused on at least making this bet if we do blast off before we get there. If I'm focused on making this bet in case we blast off here, if I'm focused on making this bet if we blast off here or here, the payout from this move here is going to pay greater than any put spread over here. It just doesn't print. I could buy 0 dates down here, weeklies, monthlies, bunch of call spreads. I'm in calls right now too. And as a matter of fact, I bought calls here, and I bought them down here. And I'm going to buy them down here, and I'm going to buy them down here, I'm going to buy them down here. And if I spent $10 in total here, right? If I spent $10 in total here, the payout is still $600. Does that make sense? So if I pay 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, the payout is still $600, regardless. So the money is here. So why would I miss buying this call here? I wouldn't. Just on the off chance that we break higher. Just on the off chance that it leaks, the FOMC meeting minutes leak, right? On the off chance that it leaks over here, that it leaks down here at the bell, that it takes until Wednesday. Probability is we're going to trade down into FOMC. But either way, my risk versus reward, right, pays off better by buying these dips heading into FOMC than it ever does with me trying to get tricky with the market. So down in here, it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to buy some put spreads, and then I'm going to look for a dip buy down here on FOMC, right? So let's say I make 30%, 50%, 100% down into this area. First thing I'm doing is I'm risking a lot of money, $2, right, to buy put spreads up here. $2 That's insane. Hoping for a print of $4. So I'm putting a lot of money out. I'm risking 3 days of being a bear. That's a long time. And then I'm also risking that at any point, if the news breaks that it's not that as ultra hawkish as they thought, that I could get trapped, and I could miss a face ripper in here. I could be in a put spread over here, right? And I could be in a put spread over here. We start trading down. And I'm like, oh yeah, thankfully I haven't bought any dips yet. Then we start blasting off here, and I'm like, nah, it's gonna keep selling off, and it doesn't. It opens up here, right? It doesn't, and it keeps going up. Meanwhile, I'm just fucking around in put spreads, and I missed that run higher. So just down here where we are, for me, I'll spend the money on my thesis that we're going up here. This is my thesis, not your thesis. My thesis. And my thesis is that this prints better. And then I don't want to miss that chance. Now, I guess the last question would be, can you put some put spreads on and buy the dips every time? Sure, you can do that. I just don't see the print being worth the time, the risk being worth the time for 100%. I don't care if this prints 200%. I am not here for 200%. I'm here right now.
Inside 30 seconds now to the European cash equity close.
Like I was here.
Reminder here after the bottom of the hour, we will see the results of today's 3- and 6-month bill auction. $45 billion in 3-month and $42 billion in 6-month bills coming to market. This afternoon we'll get the Treasury's quarterly financing estimates.
I'm not looking for this move here.
Citigroup CEO Fraser saying a recession is not inevitable, but does remain a concern.
I'm not interested in that move. I'm interested in timing these moves up higher. This is my whole focus. So for me, I'm a bull. So I mean, this is what I'm looking for. This is why markets get bought, right? So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that place down here to not miss that ride up higher. We'll look at this real quick and see how that translates. It's a very fair question, very good question. So let's look at this from a perspective of why do I want to look for this? Why is it important to me?
European bourse is wrapping up trading for the day. The CAC down 2%, German DAX down 1.5%.
Let's even do it from this steep ass sell off down here. We'll do it. Just make it real simple. Just like simple trading ideas, right? Matter of fact, we'll give you one right here. If everybody's seeing this, everybody knows, right? It's 12.34% return from 4,000. It's pretty fucking good. It's a pretty fucking big run. Now I don't know if we get up there to 4,500, but I know that it's 6% somewhere in here. That's pretty big. We already know the calls print better than puts. 6% on OTM calls. Woof. Woof. 8%, whatever this is. We'll find out what this is right here.
6-month bills are at 1.420% with 52.57% allotted at the high and a 2.99 bid to cover ratio. 3-month bills draw 0.910% with 62.51% allowed at the high and a bid to cover of 3.27.
9%, 10% to 439. .6% run. That's pretty fucking big. You can go right in right now. Go on your own thing. Look up a 7% put run and what that pays. Look up a 7% run on calls, what that pays. And you've got no interest on the call side. You've got all the interest on the put side. You've got premium inputs right now. Just the premium kick on the call side is going to be stupid. Stupid. It'll make them. It'll give you like 100% print on just that alone. Just in the premium kick. So I'm looking for this. This is what I'm looking for. It seems to have, to an extent, shown itself here. Seems to look like a reasonable place to buy a dip. If we get a little bit further down here to 400, right? This is the bear case somewhere in there, right? This is neutral up in here. This is the bull case up in here. Yeah, I'm willing to take that. I'm willing to take that bet on the call side for better payoff, and focus on this down here is a better payoff. I am. I'm willing to take that chance. I'm willing to buy all the calls down here. I'll buy them all, every single last one of them. John, I don't know who's talking about 0.25%, but I was thinking that, John. If they ever came out and said 0.25%, if you hear them move from 0.5 or 50 BPS down to 25 BPS, where do you think we go from there? 450. Guaranteed. Stop parroting people out there telling you the calls are expensive. Seriously. I saw that parrot on, that's parroting on from fucking Twitter. Stay away from that stupid shit. I heard that stupid shit too. I heard someone this morning posted on Twitter and said, calls are expensive right now on the indexes. You should buy individual tickers. That's what I heard. You should go in there and buy some fucking Snap. Well, it's still all-time highs. Demand is intact with the economy. Yeah, I like commodities, and I think there is tons of demand in commodities right now too. I agree with that statement. Yeah, 450s and 450Cs are like pennies right now. They're pennies. I think you do a mix too. I think you do like a mix of like you're not betting on just 460 or 450. You're betting on a penny call to go to 3 pennies. And then they might even grow higher if we ever did trade to 450, 460. So you just hold on to them. And you buy more in the money stuff. The other weird part about the options chain is SPY tends to be each level, you'll find interest in each level. So if you buy, let's say you buy, let's say we're at 4,000, you buy 410s, 420s, outside the money stuff, they don't actually start gaining a lot of value until you break through that next level. there'll be more interest or more premium will kick at each level as we go up through them. So you do like a rat. You buy 410s, 420s, 430s, 440s, 450s, 460s. I don't know about 460s, but like 450 seems like a pretty reasonable place. And you just hold on to them all as you trade each level up. A blend. I want to know though, what do you guys think? So like, if they said 420, if they said 25 BPS, you'd be shitting your pants. If they said 25 BPS, matter of fact, I heard some guys talking. There are some guys talking about how they can't even do QT. There's no way that they can't. It's funny too because this report that I read this morning said they're going to start QT this FOMC, maybe in June. There are some smart people that are saying no, that they can't, or they can't do both at the same time. Would be the I guess their implication is that you do the rate increases first and then you'll do the QT separately. You can't do both same time. Beijing lockdown likely in a few days with everything going on. Hopefully they slow down in buying. The dip pays off. Sitting on mostly cash, waiting for a move. Yeah, that's fine too. I think it's fine if you're cash gang, Matt. I think everyone has their own risk tolerance levels for where you buy the dip. I think honestly the most probable likely thing that takes place in these situations, the most probable. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but the most probable down in here, you're going to get some short covering up, whether you know this or not, right? As we head into any or one of these closes, unless every one of these closes, not every close, on every day that we have an expiry, which we do today, right? You should at some point, even if it's the bell heading into the overnight, doesn't matter if it takes right now, doesn't matter if it takes if we hit a low, but anywhere in here at an expiry, because there's so many puts rolling off, if we don't see rolling nasty puts, you should see some squeezes in play in here. The most probable likely outcome is that we'll trade sideways in here, trapping bears, trapping bulls, more than likely, until one of two things happens. Either the FOMC leaks early, it could be close here, could be here, or we just trade sideways right into, usually in the past, this is what I want to say. So I used to post this on Twitter. I used to be like, oh yeah, I'm trading the opposite side of where everybody's in. If everybody's in the put side or the call side, I'll trade the opposite side on FOMC meetings. And they've worked. Even in December when we traded down, everybody was in calls, and so I bought puts and we went down for like that day. I think then we went up. I think it was December, but I'm not sure. But you'll see where everybody's loaded. If everybody's loaded on Wednesday in the put side in here or the call side, it will give us an indication of which way we're going on Wednesday. It should. It has in the past many times. The most probable is that we trade sideways, lock people in, burn a bunch of early bulls, burn a bunch of late bears, and then we get a decision and we rocket ship up or down from here. Yeah, we could rocket ship down too. I'm not opposed to trading down, but it's highly unlikely. It's highly I find it hard to think that that J-Powell is going to be like, fuck it, let's crash the market. I don't think that's his intent. I think he likes the idea of us being down at 4,000 into FOMC, so he seems like he's validated. Hey, look, I'm doing my job. We're down at 4,000. This is where we're supposed to be. It's kind of fucked up, but whatever. And then they let us run rampant for the next month or so. I feel like the stock market is like college, right? So it's like university, right? Get the start of the semester and you're partying, and you're like, oh shit, I got midterms or not mid. I got finals coming up. I gotta throw an essay in there. I gotta see my parents are coming to visit me. So you're like, you could be batting down the hatches, and then as soon as your parents leave and you got your grades for the semester, you're like, fuck it, let's party again. And then your dad comes back. You know your dad's coming back again in springtime. And you're like, okay, we're getting serious down here again. So it's super serial for my parents. And we're partying again. And we'll eventually get there to where we graduate down here. We're like, okay, Dad, I got a 4.0. We're down at 360. How are you doing everything you need to do? Is the economy better? I think that's their attempt. I think that's what they're trying to do. Just keep that in mind as we trade down here. That's not even May 4th. This is May 4th right here. So let's keep moving it over until we tag this down here. And more than likely, it used to be like an hour before. But it's gotten earlier. It could even take place back over here. We'll check support here, see if this is real support or not. If they're going to rug pull at any point, you can see them right up in here. Still rotating. All right, it's 11:43. It's 11:43. I'm going to take a quick break until 11 or until 12:30 after lunch. You guys have my synopsis for the market. And I'll be back. I'll leave, of course, trade the news on for you. If you're a bull out there, I don't know what else to say to you. There aren't many times for you to buy in a bear market. You guys, sometimes I'll fuck with bears and I'll fuck with bulls. I don't want you guys to think that I don't like bears either. But bulls are down right now in their minds. So I'm trying to help support the bulls right now. A place to buy the market. When the bears are in the dumpers, when the market was going up, right? You don't feel good for bears losing all their asses for 2 straight years. So I'm happy for bears right now for this year, making a lot of money this year. But at the same time, if there are bulls out there, I have to try to emphasize when it's time for you to actually buy the market. And we're near there. We're close. We're at 410. It's somewhere between here and 400. I know that seems like a big, powerful move, but it's not. It's priced in. It's basically priced into the market that we're going there. So it is important for bulls to be able to pick a place to buy the market. So that I understand that. I understand. I talk to bears sometimes. Like there's some well-known bears. And I'll ask them, like, do you feel good buying dips? And they're like, I can't. Like, my trader psychology, my profile on what I like to do, I like to sell. I understand that. So I can't say to a bear, in 2020, 2021, I would ask some bears, why don't you just buy dips? It's easy. And they would say, I can't. I have to sell them. I can't. I don't do well buying dips. So they sell, and they do well making money there. So I know that there are bulls out there that are just getting fucking torched this year, especially in stock bulls, just getting torched. And so I got to at least tell the bulls right now, this is your nearer place to buy. It is a logical place for bulls to be buying a bottom. And it crushes me. It crushes me. It even crushed me. So, like, you know what crushed me in the 2020s? Is when a bear wouldn't take profit. Down here, I'd beg, like down in here, I'd beg bears, like, take the money and run. Take the money and run. Take the money and run. And they would hold on and just burn. And matter of fact, I blew up an account doing this following a bear. I think it was 2020 or 2020. 2020 I did. I think it was November. Is this November? No, it's March. Let me look here. Where did I get burned? I started drinking the Kool-Aid. Right in here. It was either September or November. I got burned in one of these. Where Bear was like, we're going down. And we didn't. That cost me 6 figures. Take the money and run. I'm going to say that to bulls too, right? Take the money and the run in the tops and buy these dips down below here. You're coming into a buy zone. Without a doubt. Without a doubt, you're coming into a buy zone. And you're going to expect short covering rallies as we head into Wednesday and Friday. I'm a little on the weird side on Friday. Friday's got some weird shit going on it. Friday's got this weird ass thing where I don't know. I'm not gonna predict this happening. There's like this weird shit where we could do this like this move into Wednesday. Right, we could have a crank in like Thursday, Friday, and then fucking slam down and then go up.
U.S. Treasury yields continue to hold near 3% in the U.S. 10-year, 2.985%, the 2-year, 2.73.
There's some put holders over here on Friday. It could be like this fake out, and then what this would do would be it would cause bull panic, and they would sell, and then you get your actual rip higher. This monster rally on Friday. But we'll have to trade that as we come to it. I want to see how it presents itself into Thursday first. So we'll keep you updated on that as we move forward. I can't say that's going to happen on Friday, but there is some Friday risk. It's like the fake. It's not really a fake out. It's just a shakeout. Like one final shakeout on Thursday and Friday. I'll know more. Depends on where we trade Wednesday and Thursday. But there is there's a little tiny bit on Friday of like the old reach around where you're like, oh shit, I shouldn't have bought that dip back on Wednesday. And it's actually just a bear trap. And it shakes out bulls at the same time. I'm going to look right here. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back at 12:30. I'm not going to expect too much out of today's trading nor tomorrow's. Everyone's going to, like the market's going to wait for Wednesday. So I'm not expecting too much. If we at any point trade down to 400, 405, I'm going to buy those dips. That's my whole plan, right? So anywhere in here, buying this, I'm buying this, and I'm buying this to hold next 3 days. You don't have to go full tilt in here either, full port. You just start accumulating. All right, I'll be right back. Appreciate everybody that showed up today for the live stream. Appreciate you being here, and I'll be right back. Today's Monday. That sucks. We're not having a whiskey today. feels like a Friday again. So give me a break. I'm gonna take just a quick lunch break. I'll be back at 12:30 with you guys. I'll leave Trade the News on, so you can leave this on in the background, so you can have up to date market information before other people. That news comes directly from our Bloomberg terminal. It is direct and very much fast. It's faster than Walter Bloomberg. So keep me on the background. And of course, I'll leave Bookmap up for you. If any of you are joining us for the first time, we have an active Discord community. Inside of our Discord, we broadcast options flow as well, live options flow, and as well as we have Trade the News on Bookmap going for you, so you can join that community. We have some great moderators in there, and as well as inside the stream. If you're new to the channel, you can always ask questions. Winky's out there, Josh is out there, your wife's boyfriend's out there. They have no problems answering any questions. They're very skilled traders and investors. They know when to buy and sell, so don't hesitate to ask a question. We always welcome new people. We welcome people of all abilities as well. If you're been trading for a long time, if you're a new trader, it doesn't matter. We try not to be complete fucking assholes, and we try not to be secretive in what we're doing. Right? We're not laughing at people that are new. Especially this mostly applies to new traders out there that are scared maybe to say hello. And please tune in every single day. We're here live streaming with you, so if you're looking for someone to trade with you during the day or to have a voice in the background, we're here most days of the week. So you can have someone next to you. You can trade against me, trade with me. I don't care. Just try to be constructive in the chat. If you think we're going down from here, don't hesitate to say that. If you're like, hey, we're going down to 360 today, don't feel like you can't say that in the chat. Just be constructive with your reasoning. Throw the reasons why you think we're going down here, so that people can consume that knowledge, right, and try to add that into their risk profile. If you're a bear, you're always welcome here. If you're a bull, you're always welcome here. If you're Theta Gang, you're always welcome here. If you're trading futures, trading Globex, trading fucking Forex, I don't care. Just hang out with us, and we'll trade together. Remember, this is a free sub, so I appreciate all the likes and subscribes. If you guys can like and subscribe to these videos, I greatly appreciate it. We don't hide anything here behind a paywall. You'll never have me contact you and say, hey, pay me fucking $10, $30, $100, $300. I understand why people charge for that stuff. You gotta pay for your production. But I don't understand the, hey, pay me $600 a month. Literally, I just saw another one this weekend. $600 a month just to gain access to a Discord. Fucking stupid. Fucking stupid. To have the alpha giver or whatever they call themselves, like, I'll give you alpha live in a Discord for $600 a month. That's outrageous. Oh, and by the way, pay for my class $750 a month. Outrageous. Outrageous. So stay away from those guys. All right, and I'll catch back up with you here at 12:30. One more note. What I'll do is this. I'll post a Discord link in two places. We've got a Twitter handle called CaptainJimJames. You just Google search it, CaptainJimJames on Twitter. It's a public handle, and then I have a private handle called @CaptainsAlpha. You can request to follow there, and I'll let you in. There's no like pay to be a member. I just try to keep the bots out, try to keep some of the hedge funds out of that handle. I'll post a Discord link in both those locations right now.
Reportedly, the FCC saying it does not have the right to interfere in the Twitter takeover. Tango Whiskey, Tango Romeo. Twitter shares trading 49.13, last up about 10 cents on the day. Given that Musk deal is up at 54.20.
For Italy, April new car registrations minus 33% versus minus 29.7% in the prior month. Atlanta Fed updating its GDP Now model for Q2, cutting forecast for Q2 GDP to 1.6% from 1.9%. Update from U.S. military officials noting about 200 Ukrainian troops will have been trained on the M777 howitzer.
Just want to stop in real quick for a minute here. There might be a nice squeeze coming up. I'm not seeing any as resistance from prior. It could be here. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. But I'm not seeing the... It's a little bit hiding up in here. There's some resistance here at 413. This pin over here, but it's still not large. It's 414. It's not as heavy as it was back here. Starting to squeeze right now. Keep your eyes on this 414 area. Buyers are strong here currently. Let's see if we can see them hide. If we can see these sellers hiding here. They're not that strong down there. You can see them down this bottom right-hand side at 414. They're down here, but they're not quite like they were back here. So there's a chance that this could squeeze to 420. I'm not guaranteeing it, but the sellers are weak here. Unless they're hiding, unless there's something I'm missing in here. Maybe they'll step in, keep your eyes, and see. You'll see a big red line show up over here on the right-hand side. If they do get strong, there's a nice squeeze happening right now in the market. But if these sellers are weak here, we'll keep an eye on this. There's some sellers stepping above, but even this here, this is weak. These sellers are weak, so we'll see how long this one goes on for. You're going to be looking for not only just sellers being, we want to see a big red bar above coming across to the left before you reach, just like this, right? You'd see that big red bar. Not seeing that in here right now. So it looks like we're playing these bounces in here. We're bouncing right down below here. You can see this like steep sell-off, and the question becomes, are the sellers hiding up here? But I'm not seeing them right now. Normally you'll see them, and they'll step in here and try to roll this over. Another key point in this is someone watching these options chains this morning, and it wouldn't shock me to see like these fail. Not a dive in the market, but maybe a ripper at the end of the day. I don't know if it's end of day, but it wouldn't shock me to see a ripper into the end of the day, even if it's just on not to 430. Let's call it like 420 or something. Just burning options, then boom, we get up there and we actually rocket ship up. I'm interested in this trade right now. And you can see the dip buying down below 1 and 2, and so these sellers were weakened over here. There aren't a lot of sellers left. We are currently, so between now and close. Usually I would say that buyers here are weak. I never like seeing buyers like not be able to consolidate and make a rip higher. I never like seeing rejection. When we come into this, you're going to see a lot of sellers be like double top right here, double top right there, and then we're heading down. That could play out, but the way this one's setting up, it's the one thing on the bull side in this trade today is that you've got fucking shitloads of puts rolling off here. I'm telling you, if those puts roll off today, there will be no need to hedge those puts today, which will add fire to a Vanna rally, even if it's only for one quick day. So keep your eyes on this as this trades here. If you do start to see the put monetization down in here, the other thing too is, let's say you're holding puts down here. What you end up seeing is they just lose value in the day, and they have to close them out at some point. Now, if we just trade sideways into the bell and those puts expire, could just be something where we blast off in the overnight too. At some point. Could be 415 where you buy some 0-date calls here. So if you don't see that blast off today, if this just grinds all the way to the bell, 0-dates after the bell, believe it or not, 4 o'clock, 4:15, some kind of nonsense like that. If it stays down here into the bell, dealers would definitely be buying futures into tomorrow. Even if it trades back down, just this move up, it's going to take place it's going to take place for whatever was closed out today. So just keep your eye on it. Normally I would say this is very bearish, but with these puts expiring today, I don't know. And we're also not seeing like massive sellers up in here right now. Even with this quick rollover right here, watch this right here. Even this little quick rollover right here, This little rollover is it's not really overly bearish right now. I'm looking for like a big giant red bar. And you can usually see them. Like this one you can see, right? See this one at 420 above here. You can see it, right? Comes right into play. Those are large sellers, right? Just ready to sell. They're right up here. And we had them at the open down here. But I'm not seeing them right in here where we are. So this interests me for the there's some bullish case to be made here. So that is going to lead me to think that these squeezes are short covering in here. This right here is short covering. So when you see this, that's a short covering. These are minor short coverings, but it wouldn't surprise me at some point to see a large short covering and monetization of puts when we run higher. This is more bullish than bearish to some extent. So I don't know if they're short-lived. I don't know what they are. I don't know when or how, but I'm interested to see if real sellers step in. I'm not seeing real sellers right now. See more buyers than sellers right now. Buyers seem to be just buying all these dips down here. So I'm interested to see if we get that squeeze. It's a squeeze setup. Even if it doesn't squeeze, this is a squeeze setup, more so than market weakness. So I'm interested in this as the day progresses. Unless they're hiding, we might not see these sellers. They could be up here. You can see them pouring it on right now. They're triggering it right now, but I don't. This is looking like short covering. This is what it looks like. I know if you're out there and you're a bull and you're like, this looks bearish. This looks like short covering. So if you have more short covering at some point, you could get some nice fat triggers to run it up higher at some point today or into the bell. And if there's no need to hedge this stuff, there could be a quick Vanna rally. Maybe not Vanna, maybe like a Van rally on the daily. At some point, they're not going to tell you when they do it, but if they pull that trigger, seems like everybody's waiting for it.
Use Simpson saying the European Commission will prepare more guidance for companies with regard to rejection of paying Russia in rubles for gas. Simpson saying level of gas storage in the EU is over 32% of capacity and rising.
Yeah, there's a lot of open space up there. A lot of open space up there. Yeah, I mean, even here, it's showing it. A lot of support down here. You need a fucking rug pull down here. You need like some kind of headline news that we don't know about. Yeah, the buyers are down here for sure. That's just something I'm not seeing. It's a weird space for a spy right now. Unusual map for this book map right now for Q's or for see if you can break above here. We can get a this nice little swing down, right? Swing high. I didn't measure this, but I want to see this hold right in here. So there's a efficient market hypes out there talking about a flash crash that took place this morning at 10 a.m. on the Stockholm benchmarks. An 8% crash and then quickly rebounded. Just be conscious of that today. Saying it is very clear to us the cause of this move in the market is a very substantial transaction made by a market participant. He said that adding that NASDAQ will not cancel any trades made on the Nordic markets. I think Trade the News talked about it this morning. I'll try to look it up again. Thought I saw something on it this morning. Maybe it was mentioned this morning. Those are always fun when we have those. Been a great dip to buy. 8% flash crash. It looks like it lasted for like 5 minutes. Jade Marcus is commenting this morning. He said, I know it isn't legal in all 50 states, but just in case, SPX plus 1% up day, aka up on the month, is 417, 3.25. That's hilarious. Too fucking funny. That's hilarious. And taking a look here in the background on NASDAQ, on NDX. Just checking in on the NASDAQ. I mean, I'll tell you what, like, you got NASDAQ bouncing down here at 1274. Well, it's currently at 1286, 1287. These bears would love to turn this into resistance here on NASDAQ. Would love it. The bottom pin strike was at 1274.70. So all the bears want is to turn this into, they want to turn 1305 into resistance. It's pretty huge run down, right? You turn that into resistance. And you start looking for some pretty significant lows in NASDAQ. This is really these are the fucking bears. You gotta love the bears. Like, we gotta close down here. That's a pretty fucking steep move too, right? If you close down below this 13,051, you can call whatever you want. You can call it here at 12,979 if you want to get more accurate. I mean, this thing makes 300-400 point moves, so it doesn't really matter. NDX is like hand grenades and horseshoes. This is what they're looking for, right? That's a pretty fucking powerful, look for down below. There's not much stopping it. What's stopping it is, let's go back over here. 3 months, 6 months. The issue for NASDAQ right now is this all in here is nice, or not this. This all in here is nice, right? This is volatility up in here. This is all spending time in some places nice. A trade higher rejected, but then this trade higher is nice. It kind of likes this zone over here. What you don't want to see is, you break this, and then you can't get back up and above, and then you end up making your way back down over time. And just on intraday into Wednesday, you don't want to see this kind of stuff right here, right? Because what ends up happening is you accept a new level to trade at. That's 12,200 to 12,900. That shit ain't no joke. It's 800 points. That shit could get nasty, straight nasty. So with this being said, you're gonna always expect more wilder swings in NASDAQ than you are in the SPY. So if you're a bear and you're like, yeah, we're going to 12.2 by Wednesday. If we don't, I'm gonna get some coffee. That's a nasty fucking drop, right? What is that? $600-point drop, couple days of 300-point drops. But the fucking bears are in here going, oh yeah, man. $428 though. if it doesn't fail and we start looking up, there's your 430 on SPY right there. I mean, look at that. Like, you break that 430. You break this 430 right here, it's fucking off to the races. 421. There's your 451 right there. So, big thing you need to know is if you get above 430, right, we're going to 450. I can promise you that. I can promise you that. I promise you if we trade up here and break through this, if this holds, next stop ain't 440. Next stop's going to be a fucking face-ripping gap filler to fucking 450. That'll put some people in the hospital. You can see it right here. And this right here. All this nonsense. I'm going to bet that this is 440 in here. But I can see why I can understand the bearishness down here on NASDAQ. But I'll tell you what, you have a rally like that, you get back up into here, well, it's going to fuck some people up. Take this out a little bit. This is kind of what I was talking about on the VIX last Friday was really what bears need is they need like 40, not 40 I should say. Problem up here is if it's like up and down, this is a bear trap up here, believe it or not, or a bull trap. Bear in the market, bull on the. This happens so fast sometimes that you want it to stay up there for some time. You want it to be like 1, 2, 3 days. You don't want to be like 30 seconds up there. And to be honest, as a bull, I'd love to see it up there. I would love that because this gives you a great opportunity to long the market. The VIX isn't really built for that. The VIX is built to short. The VIX originally was built to give an indicator of volatility in the market, entering the market. But then, of course, people usually just trade it to sell. But the interesting part is everyone's long vol here, and of course they don't want to pay it. So like everybody's long and vol in here. They're breaching to 46, 48, something like that, and they don't want to fucking pay it. We've had VIX products go bankrupt on both sides, even on the other side of it. We've actually had VIX products go bankrupt over shit like this. So that's my only concern here is, do they get up there to print just a little bit of it and trap the rest of you? Is the real trade here up here at 46, 48? Or is the real trade just waiting for this to get tagged so that you can take it down? Or is there a bigger trade over time? Is there like so I'm not. So I think my point is that the trade here was to buy this down here, buy this down here, buy this down here, buy this down here. But there's late to the party that people are like, hey, we hit it once, we hit it again. And this right here is another example of it, right? You're like, fuck it, we're going all the way up, and it didn't. And so this is where the trap was, somewhere in here. And we're kind of back there again. So I'm not saying that we don't go up to 46, but even if we do, or 48, It's very sketchy. And I think I said that this weekend, like it's meant to short. So if you're a VIX trader out there, I liked the trade up to here. Or maybe you leave a little bit on, but then what are you doing? You're sitting in front of a computer all day long hoping that you can monetize that last little bit. I'd rather just sit here and hope that it gets up there at a minimum to 37.65 and hope that it gets to 46.31, but not to long it, but to actually short it. I mean, that's a huge fucking move right there. You see what would have to happen? That's some crazy shit right there. That's 2020 back here. And we're already up. Like $41, we're already up. We know though that people are long the VIX. That's the other thing too. With this backwardation shit too, you got people are long the long vol. So we've got money loading into it, right? So that's why it's elevated. But even though it's elevated, it's really asking a lot up here. Even though it's been bought and even though it's elevated, it's really asking a lot. You need some pretty gigantic moves in the market. And I see the point. But dude, this move here, right? I think this move here was like a 36% move. Let me just check. Let me measure it in the background. I'm saying 65% move. I'm going to look though. From peak to trough in 2020, it was like, I think it was 36%. This is just off the top of my head. I'm trying to remember this shit without.
Seeing a report that an erroneous
looking
trade that caused a flash crash in European stocks on Monday, placed by Citigroup.
So Citigroup
says that the trade involved erroneous calculation relating to companies. In that latest report, saying an erroneous trade that caused flash crash in European stocks earlier today was placed by Citigroup.
So Citigroup made an erroneous calculation. It was a mistake. It's like this trade right here. So back in it was a 35.71% move in the SPY from peak to trough. So I'm close. I said 36%. Well, I think originally I said 65%, but I was meaning 36% or whatever. I'm going to get my numbers flipped around on me. And then, of course, I corrected myself before looking. But I did just look. And we're down. Hold on here. From peak to trough. So like any of them, so like we're only down, what are we down right now? 10 or 12% since January or something. So a trade higher even to 46. Up in here like 46. That would imply another like 5 or 6% move down like the next few days on the SPY. I guess that correlates to Nasdaq. I guess that correlates to Nasdaq. Getting some weirdness in my charts there. Nothing's really working today. Nice little double top right now. Also call this a little bull wedge down here. Also looks like a double top. Bam, bam, bam. It's bullish. This is a bullish move. Just so if you don't know this, you most probably do. This is a bullish move right here. Trying to blast up higher. This is the VIX. You could measure this on your own. I'm not going to do it for you here, but you can measure this. This is a swing. Well, it's not swing low, but this swing here, you'd expect some kind of a move like that above. And that puts you at your 46 on the VIX. So I mean, the charts kind of look on the surface. The charts kind of look like you could go there, could get crazy and nasty. That's what they're gunning for. That's what the bulls are gunning for. For that ripper. I mean, if you measured this right here, it would match right up here too. I moved to 46 on the VIX. Question is, does it relate to the market going down with it, even though we get the VIX up there with that backwardation? Where this is like a natural spot right now for the VIX. It might not correlate. People were asking this morning, why is the VIX going up and the market's up? It might not correlate with the VIX slapping that 46 or 48. I'm interested in this trade on the inverse. I'm interested in I'm shorting the VIX up here. I'm interested in taking this trade. If we can get up here, even if the market goes up, if we blast up here, shorting the VIX at 46. Keep your eye on this trade as we head into FOMC. Keep your eyeballs on it. Set an alert up here. I would set the alert at at 40, call it 41, 34, set an alert. Create an alert. If it gets up there, if it's like a really fast, like boom, we move up, then it's like 30 seconds or a half a day or something. It's a great place to sell the VIX. A little bit of weakness. A little bit of weakness inside of the SPY right now. Still by the dippers down below here. See if it holds. I'm interested in shorting the VIX at like, if it's like, I don't know if it gets up to 44 or 46, but if it does, and if it trades independently of wherever the SPY is, I'm interested in shorting that down. What else is interesting in that trade is that we go right back to that January 24th that we looked at on the SPY and NASDAQ. And I bet you this short down was a banger. This paid well. And this can move without the indexes moving. So if you set alert up here at 44, I'm not saying it's going up there, but if it does, on the off chance it goes to 44, 46, anything like that, you'd take a OTM call OTM put for $25. That'd be a nice payday.
German Chancellor Scholz saying that their aim is for Russia to end the war and withdraw its troops from Ukraine's territory.
Take a look at IWM next because they're the next one. Between IWM and the Qs, they're probably the weakest and most underperforming, right? Even when you get, and of course you got to stay in the trade for fucking ever. This is January 26th. This is January 21st in here, right? It just kind of fucked around, right? You could have taken the NDX trade or taken the SPY trade, then come back and taken the small cap trade, the rotation trade into small caps. And you see this nice break here, right? 1, 2, 3, bear flag, move down. Small cap still hasn't sold down, right? They lag all the time down here. 162. It's a nice gap right here that needs to be filled. Amazing too when you're looking at this down here, right? Look
from the German Chancellor saying that Putin will not get sanctions lifted without reaching a peace agreement with Ukraine.
Going back here into, we got really nice support down below. So like all of this stuff down here is nice support. You know where the Fed put is down here. I mean that would mean that IWM gives away every last bit if there's a breakdown in 162. Gives back everything that it gained from. Let me go back here. And even looking at this plane here, right? There's 142 down below. (2015 to 2016). The one thing I want you to be aware of down here is see the amount of time in between these moves, right? These are giant moves. I would expect that eventually. There's 2024. This is December 2023. Let's get 2022. I mean, there's December 2022. This is a year. I mean, this is not a year. This is like, what is this? Not, or 8 months from now. I would like to see that by December. Would be nice, but I think we get there today. Fuck no, I don't. I think you'd see the Fed put down here, believe it or not, at 162. I don't think they would wait for the 140. This is where the Fed put probably is somewhere down in here. Probably some that'll tell you it's down at 121 or 94. I don't think it's that deep. Maybe. But you can see where the weakness is, right? Fucking weakness is the bearishness of the market is IWM. The most bearish, probably IWM. Even more bearish than tech, believe it or not. Probably the most bearish index out there. You can just see this is a big ass free fall in here to 162. This is all good support in here, believe it or not. 162 is pretty good support on it. And we're trading already at 183.97. Which is good. Medium rate raise it up. 166.40 a place of interest. Let's take a look on Bookmap on IWM. Let's load it up. Already trading down here in the SPY. Down to 408.76. We'll load up IWM. I wasn't even paying attention to SPY. Bam, bam above, rolling right over. You're going to be looking for rejection here. Move down to 405. Price target 4,000 down below. We'll load up IWM. I'm interested to see IWM on 6 hours. We'll load that up. Let's take a look at some levels on $182. It's pretty big support here. All the way down to 180. 175 area of interest.
Out of Europe, just seeing a report for the European Stability Mechanism. They are set to pick a new managing director on June 16th from a short list of 4 candidates. That's the European Stability Mechanism.
There's nothing at that 165. It's at 158 is that next one on IWM. So put this in a larger time frame here again. So there is pretty large support right where we are. Down to 180. And the next one is 158. I don't like trading 158. Let's keep looking. Yeah, there's some at 165, but it ain't big. All the usual suspects, right? Like 160, 165, but that 158 is pretty big. 150 is okay. 145. 140 flat, baby. Some buyers then at 140. I guess you can make this one a little bit. There's a pretty big area of support here. Break through this support though. If you break through this if you break through this 180, I think it's 180 from 187 to 180. If you break through the sky starts falling here. 182.68, 181. So there's all kinds of levels in here. So like start breaching this 180 in here. It's gonna be some fucking nasty falling down in here for small caps. You guys want to look lower? Not a lot of time. There's some time spent here. That's where it's at down in here, though. Feel like a year price target on IWM into December. These are the price targets going into the end of the year. Matter of fact, we'll put these here now and revisit them. December 30th, I'll put them to. Yeah, 138. We'll revisit this and see if it ever comes back down here. I don't think it gets there till December or so. I don't think it trades down in December either. I think we do the... I still think it's the staircase down. I still think it's like, you know, something like this. Bam. Just nasty. Something like that. So we'll keep an eye on this as we go through the rest of the year. This is one of the if there was
Further from German Chancellor Scholz, he says he will not sit at a table with President Putin at the G20 summit.
like, this is ugly. Like this right here. There ain't shit holding this up. This is going to get rougher to do. Like 166 or so, or 162. Until you hit here, this is all fucking free falling. Down here is going to be like the grind. There's a lot of money down here. But this move down here, this should be swift. Whenever this next leg down comes. As a matter of fact, if there's a bounce on, I'll posit this too. If there's a bounce now into Wednesday, let's say there's a bounce now into Wednesday, right? Or let's say IWM takes they drag, but they come up anyways. Let's say it's a week or two for IWM. If we get this move here up on IWM, this short right here will be like fucking straight down, which is fucking huge. I'm gonna be interested in taking a short here. On your own charts out there, keep like a couple places you could keep it, but it's probably right here. Some of you think we're going down here now. I don't think so. But if we do come back up here, if there is like a bounce trade up in here, this one right here, this one's gonna get nasty. This one won't be like, we'll grind this down here, but this one right here will be fucking, this one will be swift, violent. It's probably where your crash is too in small caps. Probably a high probability in that. It's like 200 to 160 or so. And I bet you it even dips down. It's a fucking huge move. And it won't take like all this time. It's going to be like, bam, straight down. It'll be like this in the inverse. I think this is like the door opener, the key opener, right? You like unlock the door. You've got your support was held here, support was held here. This is the key opener. You open the door to going down. But I think there's still that one more pump, and then this is going to be a kick-ass move. This downward trade, if we hit resistance up in here, this will be swift and pay huge. And on the bright side, if you're a bull, if you're a small cap bull, if you're a small cap bear, this is the trade right here. Take profit and then look for a dip buy down here. And this, if you're going to make a huge trade, this is a big one. Like full port, that's one. And then full port this one here. I wouldn't fuck around in here. This is all noise. This is like no man's land for me. But this is a huge trade right here. And this right here is going to be a monster trade. If you wanted like a hey, I bought a dip on IWM, it's somewhere down in here. Can it trade lower than right here? Yeah. But it's going to be hard. Can we bottom out down here like 121 or 94? Sure. Market gets really crazy bearish. I would expect a tag if we don't have any like crashes in here, if it's just a slow grind down, then I believe we can get to $94. But if we don't if we do this violent move down, I wouldn't expect us to trade down to to have a price target down here of $94. I think if you slow grinded it for 3 years, fuck yeah, 94 is on the table. But I think if you have that
For the Treasury market, seeing the U.S. 10-year yield now rise to 3%, its highest level since December of 2018.
I think if you have a crash anywhere in here, that you don't see this 93. I think if the grinds down, if you don't see this big huge move down, if it just like stair steps all the way down, you have the plunge. That makes sense too. So I guess I would give two versions. Price target here at 90 or 142 with a capitulation move. If we don't get the capitulation move, it'll be a slow death to 93, which would be fucking huge. I mean, that'd be fucking huge. Puts you all the way back to 2013. That would mean if you bought fucking IWM back in 2013, you never sold, you'd be fucked them back to square one. Be a fucking 12 years of owning it. And you'd be shit out of luck. If you just kept adding for 13 years, something stupid like that, no, 15 years, you'd be hella fucked. So when you start going back in time here, you're like, I don't know. This seems more probable. This seems more probable, and then a hellacious move down. This here, man, small caps could get fucked up even more than SPY in the summertime, and small cap or tech summertime, man. This could be a great fucking trade for summer. Unless we have a market crash. That's all traffic down there. Let's look at way down at $90. Probably have to scooch this up. So scratch 90 and write scratch 90 and write 120. See it right there? 160, 120, and then 90. There it is right there. And no one thinks it's going there. I think it's going to 120. 160 is some firm ass support too. And IWM. $160, $120, $90. Write that down. $160, $120, $90. We'll update our charts here. Hold on. Hang tight. What's going on here? So you got that one there. You got 160 here. 142 is kind of like, meh. It's in there, but it really isn't. $120 is kind of. We'll make these. They're not as flat 90 right there. Big giant fucking. I think this all matters though. I think this matters how the market goes down with these kind of numbers. This would be a steps fast sell off in the summertime. If you don't get the fast sell off in summertime, you get $90 over 3 years, 2 years, 3 years, something like that. It's even lower than 93. It's fucking crazy. Fucking batshit crazy. There. Even on this time scale, it looks like it's going to take, if you got to 90, it would be like, and you get 160 would be some firm support, then 120 or no, one. I'd have to look that one up again. The 1-4. This will just be a long, slow bleed out to 100.
Out of Italy, seeing an Italian government draft that says that the government will set aside around 7 billion euros over the next 3 years in order to help construction firms cope with the costs of raw materials and energy prices. That's out of Italy.
Yeah, so Jedi Marcus put out SPX and Friends could get yet another end of quarter, mid late June, March-esque 11.5% surge on EOQ balance. Rebalance if similar conditions are present. That's what we measured this morning. I want to show you this. So Jedi Marcus is, look at this tweet right here. So I wonder if SPX and Friends could get yet another end of quarter, mid-late June, March-esque 11.5% surge. We charted that this morning. We'll bring this bad boy back over here. This is what we were talking about this morning, right? Was that you could see. I don't know what's going on here. All kinds of weirdo-ness going on. He just posted that on Twitter, and that was my point. Was that 50 level from 4,000? So 445, right? To 4,000. So 10.99%. Somewhere in there. It's 11%. And with this, we're talking about, if we get down to this 4,000 today, that rally would, not today, between today and Wednesday, that rally would be a 11% rally. It'd be fucking monstrous. Huge rally. We talked about this morning. He's posting about it right now. It looks like Zero Hedge made a comment on it too. They said the market is currently so oversold, any good news could lead to a vicious bear market rally. That was just 12 minutes ago. We talked about that early this morning. This content right here is what we were talking about this morning. That you could see a vicious rally, especially if you traded down. If you trade down to this 4,000 level into Wednesday, right down in here. I was telling you to get some outside the money calls. I think Winky said grab some May 20th 450s. You can even make them June 450s. This is on the table. Well, I think this is most certainly on the table. I'm not 100% on it, but I'm pretty clear on it. I feel good on 430. I think 440. This area right here. Once you break past fucking 430, this shit is on for 450. They're gonna close this shit right here like it's nothing. This feels like huge, huge resistance here, right? This is where all the banks are short up here. I'll tell you what, like if I'll do is this: if FOMC says 25 BPS, or if they say we're doing QT but we have to drop. If they say we'll keep it up, we'll give 3 scenarios for bulls. If they say it's 50 BPS but we're going to push off QT, I think we go up to 450. I think if they say, oh, we're doing 50 BPS or 75 BPS and we're adding QT, that's bad for bulls. I think if they say, well, we're going to introduce QT, but we're going to lower believe it or not, they could be like, hey, we're putting 25 BPS on. Oh, and we're going to introduce some QT in June. That's bullish. Believe it or not. Not bullish, but it allows for the market to go up to like 450, believe it or not. If they say we're thinking about, oh, we're at 50 BPS and we're thinking about 430 easy. But you guys have to understand how oversold we are. Let me explain what I mean by oversold. When I talk to you guys about the market, when I talk to you guys about the market breadth, right? I don't think you guys actually understand the implication of where we are. I'm going to load it up for you right now.
For the European natural gas markets, seeing some data from Germany's Cascade, they say that the physical gas flows at the Yamal Europe pipeline at the compressor station at Malnau have stopped.
I'm going to go in a little bit more depth of what I'm talking about here. I need to let it load up here. It's going to take a second. I want to express to you the point I'm trying to make to you here. Okay, so on a daily time frame, right? This daily time frame, right? This is a 1-year chart here. When you're oversold like this, okay, you're getting to a level where if you were to break below this, right, minus 0.21, look on the right-hand side of my screen here, okay? When you get below this area here, right, they have to start making a market. Now, the bigger key, though, right, the bigger key here, and we're going to jump back and forth. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about here. They literally have to make a market. I'm going to explain it better to you here in just a minute. This is your famous crash down here, right? Of 2020. This is violent and fast. This was like, boom, we're doing it, right? It's 20th of February up in here. And this is March 23rd. This is 1 month, just violence. Even in here, you see how low we got? I want you to see right now how low this group, how low we went down here, okay? This is just a daily chart. We're not even talking weekly yet. They still made a market and bumped this up. We had a huge swing here. You guys are like, that's nothing. I'm telling you what, this swing right here, right, was 285.37 to 313. That's a giant fucking move when you're only at that right there is a 10% move. I don't know if some of you were trading back then, but not all of you were. That's a giant fucking move. Giant.
Some comments from GM CEO Mary Barra, who says that the semiconductor shortage could last into 2023. That's for Gulf Michael.
That's a face-ripping fucking rally
Barra
right
says
there.
that the nation needs a more robust supply chain and that the GM is looking at making some battery materials in-house.
I know in a big chart like this over time, a lot of you new traders are like, oh, that was nothing, or this is the move right here. Dude, you could be a bear. I'm telling you, bear down here and you're still short and you see 10% ripper, you're closing your shorts. Because you don't know where this is fucking going. You're not seeing any of this over here. It's like all you've seen is that right there. If that's all you've seen, right, on the chart for that, you see that move, that 10% move, you're like, fuck that, I ain't short shit. We're going back up again. COVID's over. And it's a bull trapper too. But, you know, that 10% move when you're that oversold, they make a market. Do you know why they make that market? Not why, but why there's a market there, even a market crash. Because they've had this happen in the past. In 1987, they had this happen. 87, 88, the crash. 86, 87, I should stretch that out a little bit. But they had like they were just using computers and shit for the first time. And the computers' algorithms were all fucked up. And so they had to make a market. It was like pit trading and some computers, like shitty computers. And so they started making their own market. And when you get below here, that's the same kind of a deal. And what I'll do is I'll load up a we'll get rid of this indicator. Or no, not this indicator. What I'll do is I'm going to now move it to a weekly and show you what I'm going to put on a weekly chart now. Let this load up. It's going to take a minute. And this is what Zero Hedge is talking about today. This is coming from Morgan Stanley. This is a probably a white paper note from Morgan Stanley, and we'll load this up on a weekly, and then we'll explain it on a weekly level how oversold the market actually is. Let me espouse upon you, if you're a bull out there, how weak on a weekly level the market is. You see this down here? See that down there? With these indicators, right? Any kind of market breadth indicator, price doesn't matter. You can actually see, even when we're going up for 2 straight years, we still had market breadth moments where we traded on a weekly very low, right? Or not very low. We didn't crash the market. So the breadth doesn't correlate to price as much, right? This market went up, and you still had markets on a weekly where it went down, right? So you knew you could buy on a weekly this dip down here. And on a weekly now, not just a daily, but on a weekly, we're getting a bloodbath. we're getting a fucking bloodbath in the market right now. So just on a weekly chart, you can go look at it right here. We had one right here in a weekly. It corresponded right here. Had another one back here. We bought that dip, right? Another one down here, right? Buy that dip, right? Goes back up. So just if you were just using a market breadth indicator, we're due not just for a rally, but a fucking face ripper. It doesn't matter if we continue to go down. Even March would be a prime example of a we don't see March 2020, right? See that right there? See that badass move down? We don't see it that often in just a month. It's rare. Right? This is 2008. How rare it is. Rare. Like rare. So when we're down here right now, where we are, this is a weekly chart. It could be fucking nasty. And I'll tell you what. I'm going to bet that most of y'all are not short here. I'm going to bet that like you didn't get short here. Maybe a few of you have, but I'm going to say most of the market participants are not short here or long puts. I'm going to also bet that most market participants are not, only a few, maybe 10, 20% are short. Retail are short from 430. I'm going to bet that most market participants are short. If they're lucky, they jumped in somewhere in here. 420. They closed them all the way down. Maybe some at 430. And so the risk here to be short and to see a blaster that'll take away all your money is high as a bear. Very high. Very risky as a bear. I'm not saying it doesn't crash. I'm saying there are market mechanics, there are technical algorithms, that kind of shit that are like, oh, fuck no, we're buying this, and we're just not telling them. Just from a position of risk, not bearishness in the market, not we can't go down to the depths of hell. Just getting caught in here. If you're a bear getting caught down here, dangerous. And so in just a smaller time frame down in here, right? You see us down here at 408. Price target by May 4th, 4,000. But as we come in here, if you're a bull, this is a natural place. You're not going to be sitting there in a fucking... There's not going to be a bunch of guys at their desks telling you they're making a market anywhere below here. Like 1987. That shit ain't happening. There's your 405. There's your 4,000.
Further out of Italy, a draft statement says that they plan to set aside an additional 925 million euros this year on top of the 1.5 billion already budgeted for capital injections into some state-owned firms. That's for Italy.
So I just gotta wait here. I gotta wait for Wednesday, don't I? It's like watching paint bleed. So we can make it better, right there. What did I say? It was watching. It's like watching paint bleed, not paint dry, just paint bleed. I'm not saying you can't crash. I'm saying too that if you have like what I'm saying too is that as you crash, there are place marks that they will buy no matter what. They're gonna buy it every time, no matter how steep the crash is. And the March crash was steep as fuck. It was gnarly. It was fucking gnarly. So do I think you're getting a worse than March crash this week, next Monday to Wednesday? I doubt it. Worse than March crash. This would be a worse than March crash 2020. If this didn't get bought. Crashes are rare. I wouldn't play that. Blow probably grind down with bear market rallies most likely. Yeah, I don't. Oh my god, who the fuck is that in there? Best Cam's fun. I got you, bro. How do I report your ass? For some reason I can't report people in my chat right now. See if I can log in or something. Sign into chat. Open in web browser. All right, how do I do that? Open in web browser. What's going on here? I need to log in. No, not really, Chase. You gotta understand, like you have to understand just market mechanics. If we break below 4,000, if we break below 4,000 here, right? This area here, whatever this area is right here. If we don't do this swing higher, if we were to do, let's say, boom straight down, this would trigger a crash. That's worse than March 2020. The probability of it is low. It's just low. As a matter of fact, let's look back on this action here. Let's look back on this action of March 2020 if we can. This would be kind of neat to look at. I don't know how to do this. I don't know if I can go that far back on the 6-month chart. Maybe. Was that it right there? Nope. Yeah, I think that's it. Is that it? Yeah, that's it right there. So we get this on a better chart. That's just a 1, 2, 3, 4 day period. So you can bring it on a better chart. Hold on. Give me a second here. Need just a minute. Sometimes the SPY doesn't show it. And this that charting software doesn't show it well. Put it on a daily or on a 4-hour chart. Can I get it? Yeah, September, November of 2020 was nasty too. That shit was buck wild. You can see that bleed off down in here. This is 10 a.m. on February 28th. And this is like, so you have this first initial nastiness down, right? And then you're like, oh shit, we're fucked. And they sold it down into like 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. Like you're coming into the market at like 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. You're like, we're totally fucked. And they just ripped it. 28.52, 31.38. Just ripped it. Violent. Continue down. Another rip, violence, down. Rip, violence, down. Rip, violence, down. But even this move right here is vicious. This vicious move. This end of that the end of this sell-off was fucking vicious. This is what I'm talking about with IWM and with SPY too. And this includes NASDAQ. If it's fast, if it happens like over the course of a month or two, it's fucking vicious. You just start making moves. And they're huge swings. Like 10% swings are fucking stupid. These are all stupid moves, even on the way down. We just start seeing large scale selling. We're kind of seeing that right here, right? Vicious move down, vicious move down. So if you touch this 4,000, even if we don't get any vicious moves down, or it continues to sell off, you could still easily see a 10% rally here. And a 10% rally here is fucking huge. It's like stupid huge. There's my little buy button down there. I guess that's the point, right? Or not the point, but the point is, if let's say we touch 4,000, a 10% rally is, believe it or not, like somewhere in here. So you could tag 4,000, get flown way up here, and then make some serious moves down too. But this is a huge move. This will fuck you up. This will fuck you up. If you're a bear, I promise you it will. I promise. Just the trader psychology of this move higher. If we touch 4,000, we rip 10%. Even if we sold the market to fucking 360 in 2 weeks, just this move right here, you'd be like, I'm out. I'm done. I'll just wait until it's done. I'll come back. And that would fuck up bulls and bears, right? Or some bulls would make some money. And then, of course, if you're a bear, just trader psychology. If you're a bear down here and we touch 4,000, rip 10%, in like a week, you'd fucking shit yourself if you were a bear. Be like, I'm all fucked up. Be like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm almost ready to buy this. I'm ready to buy another dip here. If we can get down to 405, I'm gonna buy this. If we trade down to 4,000, I'll buy this even before FOMC. So those are the rules right now. Anything at 405 before FOMC, anything at 4,000 before FOMC. I'm going to take this as the bank saying that they're going to rip this market before we get to FOMC. Anything in here. If it takes us into the fourth to get down to 4,000 or 405, I'll wait to buy this full port. But I'll full port this and this all day long until we get there. We might get this early. It wouldn't shock me to see this happen early, and then your rally begin into Tuesday. So keep this in mind as we get down here. The day of the week doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's today or Wednesday. If we begin to trade down to 405 or 4,000 at any point, when Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday or Wednesday, this is a take it. Take the entire move. They might be doing this early too. There's a possibility they're going to do it early and slingshot it up on Monday or Tuesday if we continue to trade down here today. So I am interested in this trade as we trade off or trade down into this. Makes me want. I was talking about this morning at the open too. Was if they get the Fed leaks at some point. Let's say we're trading here, which we're not right now, but let's say we were, right? Let's say we're trading here, and tomorrow we start slowly trading down. If at any point between here and the Fed meeting, it leaks that they have a more bullish stance, you could see a flash crash just to print that VIX so they can take it long before you even get to we talked about a flash crash this morning when we first started broadcasting. At any point, could be today, could be tomorrow, could be Wednesday right at the open. If we find out that there's a bullish take on the FOMC, I don't believe for a minute that the banks don't know what's going to come out before FOMC. So this might be happening right now. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying though that if it does, if we hit 405 or 4,000, right, then I'm on that shit. On it. On it. And Morgan Stanley's already making a note of it public. Now trading 407.01. We'll see if there's support here or not. It's decent support. We got 100,000 buyers here. This is usually we find support down at 405. Hefty buyers at 4,000. Looks like we're going to get a bounce off 405, so we'll take a peek here. I'm going to come in here and buy a dip here in just a few moments. We're going to get lined up here. Got a price target of 420 on that trade. $404.71 is firming up. 404, let's get it closer. 404.77, and right where we are right now. Come on down, baby. Now trading 407.22. 407.1. $405.19. Some buyers here at 407.9. Real buyers down below, even as deep as 404. Could go as low. There's a little bit of backing out. There's a little bit of rug pulling even deeper. 404.47. $404.40. Somewhere down in here. $406.66. Some buyers in here. 406. There's a trigger at 406.72 as well. $406.72. Man, I want this buy right now. You have to have patience. Still some sellers right up here at 411. That might be a better view right there. I'll leave it on right here for you. See where, saying down here, looks like they're coming up in that 404.40. Now 405.9. I'm looking at 415 C's for May 2nd. They're 12 cents or so. Zero dates for today. Pivotal moment here watching. Getting all excited here. Get the VIX retesting the highs at 35. 30, I think it's 33. 35.55 now on the VIX. There's that bullish context, right? Blast through. Retesting, so 35.38 now trading at 35.56. This is where that previous high was above, up in here. 35.33. Sorry if I'm quiet right now. I'm about to place a pretty large order. I always get caught in this. I'm like, you know what always happens to me is that I'm about to pull the trigger right here. And then you get this like quick plunge down, and that was the buy. So I'm like, do I wait to place this order? Do I add 10% in? Do I do like 10, 30, like doing A, B, C? Or is the ABC actually right here? That's the A, and the B is actually down here at the bell. But I have it lined up right now. I just haven't pulled the trigger yet on it. I like these guys down. Whoever this is down here. Looks like they're just waiting for it to come down. 405. Just begging for it to come down there. Bigger money is like, come on down. Come see me at 405. So wait here and see. Still sitting here waiting.
Inside the final 2 hours of trade here in the U.S. equity markets are holding near the lows. We did finally punch through those February lows for S&P futures at 2075. We're going all the way back to May of 2020.
Yeah, man, I'm going in.
Nasdaq 100 futures also trading lower by some 65 ticks today at 12,270. The U.S. 10-year yield sitting just a few basis points shy of 3%, with the 7-year at 3.01% and the 2-year at 2.71%.
All right, so I'm at 100 contracts at 13 cents on 415 C's expiring today. It's a couple grand. And I'll keep adding. If it goes down to 405, I'll add another 100 contracts. Let's see if this holds. If you're following this trade, places to look out for 411.15. $416, $418, and the big boy up here is $420. Make me some money. Make me some money. Don't turn around on me. Still 252,000 contracts on 410p. I think they were as low as 60 cents or something at one point today. I'll be pissed if they put it into the bell here.
President Biden saying he's not made a decision on student loan debt. Again, President Biden saying that he has not made a decision yet on student loan debt forgiveness.
Show you guys what I'm watching over here. This is the failure break down below. Probably somewhere in here is where bulls bought and got fucked. This 410 or so. This 411 is a little bit. 411 up here is some kind of resistance here. Should probably clean up my sloppy ass shit that I'm drawing out. Now up to 20 cents on a 13-cent buy. See if you can find any resistance above. Now it's showing the sellers to be up here at 420. I don't know if we get there. I don't buy that, but we'll see. The bears come in whenever they feel like it and start selling. One of the best places the bears have taken shorts has been on VWAP intraday. Right now it's at 411. Just be conscious of 411 above. And I'm long air again. If you wanted a place for, if you're following along here, if you wanted a place for no, hold on. I'll end up pulling the plug below this plane right here. So as long as we stay on this plane right here, I'm looking for a bounce that sticks and rips higher. If we break below this and start selling, I'll pull out of that trade. That'd be crazy too. If we trade this into the bell If we trade that plane into the bell, that puts us down at 404. That breaks the 405 all the way down. If we were to continue down, so we can tighten this up a little bit. Puts us down to 404, and then maybe even the 4,000 on open tomorrow. If we break this plane here at any point, I'll pull the plug. If we don't, if we did this, if we did some noise like this, I won't add to the position until here. Oh, this would be my B. So this is A, B, and then into the bell. If matter of fact, I'll end up buying. I'll switch from 0 dates. So I bought 0 dates here. I'll end up buying some Wednesday calls here. And if we continue to trade down into into Tuesday, clear that out. I'd be looking for the third buy over here on the open, whatever the open is on Tuesday. So I'm still in calls right now. I didn't sell for profit or anything up here. I'm waiting to see if this breaks, or if it looks like we're going to continue down to the bell. And we'll see if they rug pull it or not. Now trading 406.56, 406.52. Touching that line once again. We'll see if this holds or if we break through here. They're going to try to take it down to 405. I still haven't sold. I'm going to hold them. I'll probably add if we hit 405 right now, to be honest with you. We'll see if they rug pull this 405. Looks like buyers are moving down to 404.50 once again. See them down here at this 404.40. I'm going to mark another mark down here as well. If that 404.40 breaks in here, if this little zone breaks, we'll have a price target of 4,000 into the bell today. If you get a breakdown in here, if this zone here breaks, you will get 4,000 today. That's right in here. You can see the first level right here, 405. Second level's down here, 404.53, 404.35-ish. Super bearish. Now trading 405.99, 405.98. Breaking the plane. This is not good for bulls here. Not good for my position either. Watching this trade below right here. They're going to have a price target of down here 405 and 404.40. So I'm sweating in my position right now. Absolutely sweating. Don't like to see this false breakout. Don't like to see this rejection. This rejection's pretty fucking bearish right here. You can see it, right? First rejection. Second one told you, fuck no, we're going down. So I'm going to give it almost a positive that we hit this.
WTI crude futures with
404.40.
about 15 minutes to go to the close of pit trading 104, 105, continuing to track higher now, up 1.3% near session highs as U.S. stock markets plumbing to fresh more than 1 year lows, down 1.5%. The S&P minis at 4086. Excuse me, 4066 now in the S&P futures, down 1.5%.
The Dow down here as well.
More than 430 points.
Fast rejection down 440. And one other thing, if you break this 440.40, easily we'll see 4,000 into the bell. Ultra bearish right here. Pin dropping on 405.87. You can even see still down in here that there's still buyers still waiting down below at 405.13, and then again at 404.53, 404.31. And there's a little bit of rug pulling going on down here. Do you see this step down that's taking place right here? You can see the buyers stepping down even lower. It's leading the price down at this point. Even though we're trading higher, you can see the buyers stepping in at lower numbers. Now buyers down at 403. This is going to be a false breakout here, I think, because you're starting to see buyers step in, but even lower numbers than they were before. So this right here is when you're teasing. You're going to try to pull you're going to try to pull SPY down, and then you pull your bid from the market. So you can see the bid coming in the market. What you'll end up seeing is this bid leave down here. So it'll try to drag the SPY down into the bell. You'll see a reversal here coming up. You'll see these orders here will come into the market. They weren't here a few minutes ago, and they just popped in. So this is going to lead the price down to these lower levels, and then they'll pull the orders, and then SPY will continue to trade down into the bell. Should see a reversal at some point and lead to lower numbers. Keep your eyes, as we trade this, keep your eyes on, let me do this here. Keep your eyes on these bids that pop into the market, right? And I want you to watch on the right-hand side. See, it's like 100, and then it's lower. What you end up seeing with this is these are fake bids, and these are teasing the price down to 405. You could also get a rug pull right below here as well at some point. These are bids that were not in the market just a few moments ago, and you can actually see us going lower. You can see the bids even lower now. Now down to 403 in bids. There's your chart right there. There's your 400 price target. If this breaks, you'll make the next leg down. There are fake bids coming to the market right now. This is bearish. Goddamn bears. Huge volume on the S&P 500 right now, too. Just be aware of that. If you can see down on your right-hand side of the screen, volume has picked up demonstratably today. Huge volume at these levels. I'm adding to my position now. Massive volume on SPY. My average price now is 8 cents on 415C. Still sellers up here at 4, right where you are is where some sellers are. Still sellers stepping in down up above here. Don't like seeing this 440 down below. A lot of selling right here. Substantial selling coming down right now. Hold on a second. I'm going to sell. Let you guys see what I'm seeing. Like full paranoia right now. Full paranoia. Yeah, I'm still long here. I was gonna sell, but I was trying to fucking add up the ones that I wanted to sell, and I fucking didn't make it. So I'm still here long right now. But I got my finger on the trigger to sell. So I'm sweating bullets down here. I'm in a tizzy. Come on, bulls. What the fuck, man? Push it. I'm always early. Oh yeah, hold on. Let's see what's going on. Let me stop what I'm doing and see what you guys are talking about in the chat. I'm in a panic right now, so hang tight. I'm in a dude. What is this? Best cams, fun, hot girls shit. That's it. I'm going in to fuck some shit up. Hold on. Fucking best cam hot girls. The fuck is this best cam hot girls shit? Where are these best cam hot girls? Report, remove, put user in timeout, hide user on this channel. Does that work? Does it better to block? I always forget. There you go. Deleted message. Boom. I took care of the hot cam girls. The mods work so hard. The mods work so hard that fucking that I can't expect them to take care of the cam girls all the time. Yeah, I'm sweating bullets right now. I'll fucking tell you what, I'm sweating fucking bullets down here. This is what I'm looking for. This is what my brain is telling me. My brain is telling me that we're gonna do this. Do. Wham! Fuck you, Cap. Probably gonna happen, but I should be a responsible bull and wait for this. But I'm not. I went in early. I'm premature. I'm a premature ejaculator. You know what's weird? I think you have to do the I think what I have to do is remove. Yeah, is it hidden? Is the best way? Yeah, I don't think you report them. I think what you do is you remove them from. Someone was telling me that you remove them from chat.
90 minutes now, 90 minutes to the U.S. cash equity close. We've gone through the close of pit trading and energy markets.
And the fucking
WTI crude futures up about 30 cents today at 104.99. Natural gas futures higher by 3.25% at $7.47. U.S. formulated gasoline trading higher by 1.9%, just above 350.
Here goes that turn on me, you fucks. You're gonna fucking roll it over on me down to fucking 405, aren't you? You dirty fucks. I don't even make any money on the cam girls. I don't even make any money off of it. Meanwhile, right? I didn't even check, but I applied for I applied to monetize the channel. I haven't even checked to see if they approved it or not. I should probably check. I was like, I've been eligible for a while, but I haven't. But I'm trying to figure out a way to monetize the channel without it impacting all of you out there. I don't want to charge for a private stream. I don't want to be an OnlyFans girl. Well, let me see. I don't even know how to do that shit. I have no idea. I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't even know where to go. Let me see over here. Let me look. I'm not even gonna look right now. I don't even want to look. See if I get smoked on this trade or not. Movies. Hold on a second. I don't even know how to tell if I like requested to be monetized. Let me see. Okay. Let's check and see what they said. No. That ain't it. This might be it. Hold on. Yeah, it ain't showing shit. Maybe they told me to go fuck myself. I don't know. Maybe it's because I say fuck too much. Maybe I swear too much. Maybe they're reviewing me right now and they're like, no way. They're like, no way. Oh, there it is. Monetization. Says it's in progress. I'm getting reviewed. Plus I have like 8-hour videos, so they're probably running like they said that if I have a lot of content, like long videos, it would take longer. So we'll see if they monetize me or not. I saw some of your DMs over the weekend. I just haven't had a chance to get back to you guys that have recommended how to monetize the channel. And then I contacted some advertisers over the weekend. I contacted some advertisers, but I don't feel confident in them. They're like, they want me to like advertise gambling shit to you guys. So you play like a game where you bet on it from a company in Singapore or something like that. And I just don't feel, I know we're gambling ourselves here, aren't we? Oh yeah, baby, go up. But I don't like the idea of pushing like games that you gamble on. And then I got a couple other offers. There were some fintech companies that asked me to look at some of their stuff, some prototype stuff. So like there's some companies out there that want me to use their shit to see if it before they launch it public. So I contacted those people. I'll never advertise anything that either isn't legit or it's not trying to steal all your money and gambling. And I'll never advertise anything that if I review something, I'm never going to be like, hey, this works really well. As a matter of fact, one of the companies that reached out to me, I just was shaking my head on. I was like, I looked at one of their developed an app they're developing for fintech, and it's very similar to what a lot of you guys pay for out there. And I wasn't happy with it at all. It was giving the wrong advice. So I was like, what? I was like, so then I figured out at some point that I think it was almost a mirror copy of Benzinga. So I was like, shit. But they said they wanted my input on the site, the usability and all that kind of stuff. So I'll see. I might pull the plug here. A lot of buyers here too. I mean, you can see the buyers. I don't want to get caught in this though. Might be pulling the plug here. I always want the best price, right? Well, the other thing that I don't like is I don't want the murder options into the close. We'll give it one more pull here and see if this works, but I really want to catch these assholes. These fucking shorts, I want to catch them at some point before the bell when they're taking profit today. These fucking banks, I want to catch them. I want to catch them on the ride up. But so I looked into monetizing this weekend. I was talking to you guys about it last week, and it's a fucking minefield. Like, it's all fucked up. Like, YouTube's all fucked up. This is why YouTube sucks in some ways. I was thinking about streaming to Twitch as well and to Facebook, but if you do that, then it's like you're breaking their rules. Plus, you can't monetize it. So even getting, I don't really want a ton of people watching this show. So I don't know. We'll still figure it out. And then I had some of you DM'd me over the weekend with some thoughts and ideas. So I'm open to that stuff too. It might come down to my other thought, the one that I talked to my wife about this weekend, is that I would lay out what it costs every month and then just say, and keep a running list of how many members we have and then just make it public-ish. Could post who the members are on the website and then give a rolling tally, and then we could change the membership every month. It could be like $3 or $1 or
U.S. Senate
more.
Budget Committee going to be holding a hearing on Thursday with Amazon Labor Union President Christine Smalls.
So I don't like seeing this into the bell. This is concerning to me. I don't like the slow grind down here. This is the grind you down into 405. I never kind of like this stuff. So you see the grind down, step ladder down, another step ladder down here. You end up getting another step ladder down, and here you think it's coming back up. You just grind it down, and then before you know it, in the bell, we get 4,000. I'm probably gonna. I was gonna pull the plug here, and I was trying to line it up to sell, but it started trading down. I'm like, fuck that, ain't taking the L. Still kind of break even in here. I'm a little bit down right now, like 20% down, but I'm gonna wait for, if we get another quick high, I'll sell out of the position. Because I think that we're gonna keep selling off into this bell. I think that the banks are going to try to monetize today. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, so monetizing is kind of a weird thing. I don't want to sell anything. I don't want to sell classes. I would, but I don't want to. I don't want to be that guy. I'm not trying to make this a business. And I don't want to. I'm not that guy. So I think if I would, I'd just tell you guys, or that's what we're going to do. But I don't think we're going to do that. You know what? One of the biggest reasons I don't want to do that, I'm going to be honest with you. Because I don't want to be beholden to you assholes. I'm going to do everything that I possibly can to just live off donations, because fucking, the moment that you're like, yeah, you got to pay me, then you owe people. You're like, I got to be there Monday through Friday, all through summer with my eyes fucking bleeding. Lying to people all summer long. As the market just trades fucking sideways and down. Even in bull years, the summer market is so slow. It's like brutal. So I was thinking, you know what I could do is switch to making videos in the summertime. Like if we know we're gonna trade sideways for 3 or 4 days, it's gonna be a slow weekend or some shit like that, or everybody's going on vacation, right? Yeah, I go on vacation. I take my kids out every weekend. But like I taking long weekends in the summer, so I'm like, maybe I'll make videos all summer, and then just live streams I'll charge for. It's like, that's another idea. So just make videos if you guys are like, just the videos are good enough. And then if the regulars like that way the group stays small too. We're doing a live stream, and the live stream would be like the paid content. And if nobody signs up for the live stream, I just stop doing the live stream and go back to my original. Because what I originally did was I would just post a paper thing on Twitter. And then I would also, I used to make videos too, which were kind of easy to do. Like making a video is not that hard. Like it takes like anywhere from an hour to, depending on how difficult the due diligence, or like how difficult the market is. With editing, it's probably 1.5 hours to 3 hours a day of commitment. It's not too bad. And the best part of that system is that I can trade without paying attention to running a live stream, because that complicates my trading, believe it or not. So there's that, and then what I do is I would do like I would do a video every night or every morning. My thought was that I'd do them in the morning. Like the best videos, dude, are in the morning. Like you do a video at nighttime and you don't know what the reaction is in overnights. Like the overnight can change everything. Especially if you break through or even blast above levels. I always like the morning take. Like if I wake up in the morning, like 5, 6 in the morning, have a fresh video. Someone's like, okay, this is where we are with the overnight. This is what the expectations are for today. I think those are fucking awesome. And then live stream critical moments and stuff like that for subscription, or trade ideas and live streams for a subscription for like $5 or some dirt fucking cheap, just to pay for the internet and pay for the book map and all that kind of shit. So that's like option number 2. Option number 3 is that I blow the channel up. I've been offered to you like expand your audience where you get like fucking 20,000 people watching it and shit, 5,000 people. Clean up my act around here, stop swearing. Bring in an editor. Have a more standardized format where you can guarantee every day it's going to be something like that. I don't know if I want a job, though. I don't think I want a job. I just want 1 year, man. I want to just be like, yeah, it's fucking live stream free. I want to be like, don't you guys just want to do something for a little while until it's not fun anymore? Like, I can't imagine some of these guys. Like, can you imagine being Meet Kevin? I fucking want to stab myself in the fucking head if I was Meet Kevin. I would. I'd want to gouge my eyeballs out every day if I was Meet Kevin. Or any of those guys that want to fucking stab my eyeballs out. 405.69 right now, starting to break through. Looking for that 405. We are seeing some fake bids into the market right now. Let me move this over. Not as much as before, but these bids down below, just be conscious of this as we get down here. So, they're not quite there. There they are. So you see this right here, this 403, this is a fake bid. And this 404 is a fake bid too. This 404.40 is where it started. You started to see the fake bids at 404.40. Fake bids at 404, fake bids at 403. These are not real. They will pull these bids and pull the market down into the close. Do we get down to, this is showing support at 403, but do we get down to the Valhalla of 4,000 today? Good possibility of it. I'm not quite sure if we do get down there. I'll bring this back over here for you so you can see. Wait a minute. We'll bring this down here for you so you can take a quick peek at what we lined up here earlier. We got the 405.02.
The VIX now up 10% or so on the day, closing in on 37 as stocks continue to make new lows.
Trading down to this.
40.57 in the S&P minis down 1.7%.
Trading down now is 405, but this 440 down here, right? This breaks that I have in here. The one thing about this breaks is that what they'll do is they'll wind up putting in buy orders, which they just did. They just put a buy order in down at 403, and it's not really intended to fill. It's intended to just drag the price down lower to say, hey, we've got more buyers down here. In reality, they don't. They're just pin striking down at this 405. So these buyers will disappear. The real buyers are at 4,000. That's where the market bottom is. Let me see if I can get rid of this. And so now you're looking for this break of 405. If you get the break of 405, right, and the sellers stay here, if they do stay here, what you wind up happening is that we'll end up going below, right? They'll pull their support, and we'll start seeing lower numbers into the bell of 4,000. So be careful of this down below here, and see if they drag it down to this 4,000 in the bell. I'm still long here. I haven't sold shit. I ain't selling. I'm still here. I don't care where we trade to today. I'm catching these motherfuckers into the bell. Trading back up now. Bounced off 405.05. Back into this channel once again. We'll see if this holds or if we trade higher here. We'll keep an eye on the bid. You want to look down here as we do this. You want to look down here and see if we get any kind of a rolling sell in here, and you want to keep an eye down below of these bids being pulled. Okay, you want to see if these bids come back into the market down lower. This 403 was here and then it kind of disappeared, and they'll probably show back up and try to drag it lower once again. So I'll leave it here so we can keep it here. And you'll start to see these people come back in and try to trigger lower numbers. I'm still long here. I haven't fucking sold shit.
Seeing a report here that the Yamal pipeline, Russia's Yamal pipeline, has started sending gas to Germany once again. It's one press report here. This follows a report from a little over an hour ago saying that physical gas flows at the Yamal EU pipeline and Malino compressor station had stopped.
Bring this back over for any of you watching over here. Support is broken too. Be aware of that today. So as we head into it's 2:48 p.m. One key note to today. We're going to take a look at the next couple days, but one key note to understand. This is your S2 down here at 405. You have S3 down below here at 400. So let's just take it's 2:48 in the afternoon. So let's take a look at what to expect into Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll look at a 5-day chart here. Trade on a 405 right now. We talked about on Friday. We said you're going to be forced into trading this zone here on Monday, right? So on Friday we said wake up on Monday morning and you're going to expect us.
Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau saying comments made by the Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov are ridiculous and unacceptable.
You're going to expect us to wake up on Monday morning. We'll be trading in this zone, right, to accept 420 to 410, right? And we have an expectation of meeting down here at 400 by Wednesday, right? That's the expectation. So we have broken S1 here, right? Bulls want to regain this 410. This is a bearish close. This is going to lead into Tuesday trading if we don't break above this 410 by the bell, right? If we don't get above 410 by the bell, if you start, what you will do is you'll see us actually trade lower tomorrow. This will lead into Tuesday's trade. So this is bearish end of day in here, right? And so you're going to be looking for Tuesday, our trading zone being 400 to 410 in this zone. The key point here being is that we have an hour left. It's 2:50 in the afternoon, right? So if you want to see a bearish or bullish close in this market, you're going to want to see 410 be reclaimed into this bell. If anything, if you're a bull, you're going to want to see R1 or R2 into this bell for another rollover into Tuesday, and then something like this into 400 on Monday. So a key level right here into this bell, 410. Can the bulls take this, or do we get forced from the 410 to 420 level down to 400 to 410 for the FOMC meeting? Key point looking for into tomorrow. Yeah, any close below 410 today is going to be any close below 410 today is going to put us into the trading range of 4,000 to 410. Or I should say any rejection at the 410 level. So let's look up there and see what's up there. Not surprising, there's VWAP above now. It's come down slightly lower, 410 for 36. Bears are going to try to come in up here at 407 and 408. And see them hiding up in here. 3 little bands above between 408 and 409. So 408.81, 407.75. Just no buyers, man. Or there's a lot of buyers, I should say. 871, 8.7 million buyers right now at the money.
White House saying that the U.S. supports any decision by Finland to apply for NATO membership.
Keep your eye here on this 408.
Reiterating that Biden supports an open-door policy for NATO.
So just be aware of this. See these sellers coming in? They're squeezing in here.
The FBI monthly NICS gun background check data for April show 2.61 million checks versus 3.08 million in the prior month and 3.51 million a year ago.
VIX now trading up. $36.52 right now in the VIX. We'll take a look at the VIX here. $36.52. Previous high over here, $37.52. This is where we've had rejection up here, right at this 37.52. Bears or VIX bulls are looking for this move right here, and then maybe a quick trade up from 44 to 48 heading into Wednesday. So they are on track. VIX bulls are on track moving higher. It will be interesting to see what this reaction is here at 37.52. They've made it up here 3 times in the past. They broke through to 38 here, and then once rejection, twice rejection. Common rejection point above at 37.62. Here are the sellers above 408.50. 409.50. They're trying to take it down below VWAP. We'll put VWAP on here so you can see where VWAP is. Just so you can see it on a candlestick chart. This is VWAP right here, right? If you bring this up on your chart, let's just pretend this is VWAP right here, right? Let's make it red. Little raspberry beret. Hoo, hoo. Right here. Okay, we'll make this red. Clear all this out. So this VWAP right here has been a big short for bears, right? They love shorting VWAP. So if we trade higher here, they're going to want to short this down to the bell. This is what they want to do, right? Jump in here. So just know that there's a big bad wolf up here, right? Big giant big bad wolf, and he's waiting to come in on you, right? So he's right up here under this, right underneath this VWAP into the bell. So even if we trade up in here, even if we start to consolidate in here, they're there waiting here to take this down into the closing bell. What does that mean for VIX? Right, so if we're looking at the VIX right now, the VIX is looking to tag It just fell off right here, right? It traded up to 36.64. And the VIX on this, I think it's this 3-month chart right here. You've got 37.52. This is the pin strike above, right? If they're able to sell this into the bell, they'll probably pin strike that 37.52 into the bell if they can get below 4,500. But it's interesting because this VIX is not going to match up to a trade. We just struck 405 on the SPY, and we got up to 35.92. So to get to 48, you're talking about 380, 360 for this move higher. For this strike up higher, maybe not 36. So let's call this, if we get to 48, that's like 380 probably, 390 to get that high on the VIX. Unless maybe with backwardation will be used as an excuse, I don't know, or just the bid in the VIX, right? The dealers are long vol. Maybe the price doesn't reflect the VIX. But this would tag us into the bell. This would, if we rolled this down to 400, if you got that shark roll, whoom, and you dropped it down to 4,000 into the bell on a Monday, I don't know. Yeah, tough one. Maybe that's where you maintain your VIX high for the next 2 days, crank the VIX, price trades sideways. Possible. It's definitely possible. But definitely bearish in the close. It's 3 p.m. 2:50. We've got 2 minutes left. We'll see if we get a buy or sell side imbalance. Of note down here, though, into this bell right here, or coming into the bell, you've got sellers above on VWAP. So make sure you understand your charts. You got sellers hiding up here. Also, make sure that you know that if these sellers present themselves heading into this last hour, we trade down, that's very bearish, right? The only way that this becomes bullish, a bullish close, is if we trade above those sellers, which would mean you'd have to trade above this and boom, rocket north on some short score, some short covering action into the bell. And from all intents and purposes down here, you can see, so we can show this better. Those fake bids are gone now. See how they're disappeared? There's a little bit of them down here. 404.40 still down there, 400. Now, but this one right here, see, this one wasn't here before. This 402.85, this is a fake bid. This is intended to drag down the SPY into the close. This bid will be pulled as we get down into the bell. And this is a much stronger bid into the bell. Yeah. And you can see some of these buyers stepping up. These buyers at 401. This could drag us down to the depths of hell into the close today. Large bids down below. And they're sitting down here. They're telling you, what they're telling you is that they've got these fake bids right here. 402. Right here. Large, hey, come down, I'll buy this. And then boom, what do? You move it down, you move it back down to 400. So we'll see what happens here into the bell. I'm still long here, by the way. I haven't sold shit. I don't trust these fucking short sellers. I think they're gonna have to cover into the bell, so I'm still long. I ain't buying it. 301, we've got more buyers than sellers in the market currently. Yeah, I'm long here, and I'll pick up more longs. I'll buy every dip. I'm gonna throw. I'll probably wind up throwing like fucking 50 grand at it before we even get to Wednesday. between here and Wednesday, I've told myself this is what you're allowed to spend. No qualms buying these bottoms. None. And hold them to expiry too. That's the other crazy fucking part. These are all buy and hold until they fucking expire worthless trades. Or like 6,000%. They're one or the other. Still kind of trapped. This is bearish, just so you guys know. Just be conscious of this. Unless we get a huge short covering rally into the bell, under normal circumstances, this is very bearish heading into the bell. We reverse a trade like this down into the bell. I am long here. I've been long for a little while now. I think the first dip I bought was in here, and the second dip was right here. I didn't buy this one. I just did the first two right here.
General comments from Italian Prime Minister Draghi saying the new energy measures will ease Russia gas dependence and inflation is temporary and requires extraordinary measures.
If you are wondering, a rejection here
from the Italian Prime Minister Draghi
at this 410 is going to be bearish on tomorrow. If you don't get any kind of a short rally, I might buy that down there at like 415 too. Might be a possibility. But this is definitely opening up the door. One other concern too, right, is on Tuesday, Wednesday, oftentimes heading into the FOMC meeting, you'll hear we will trade sideways and down in those days. It'll be very boring trading. Specifically, Tuesdays can be the day before can be very boring.
Italian Prime Minister Draghi saying that the Italian economy is not in recession.
I am
growth
now
is
up
slowing.
in my trade. I'm now up 10% of my trade. 20%. Now 10%. Nope, now 20%. Bouncing back and forth up here. Give me a face ripper. Give me a fucking face ripper into the bell. Another place of interest. So you're gonna be looking for this VWAP as an area of rejection here. If we break through this VWAP here, what I've got is 415s, and I'm looking for 420. Believe it or not, I'm looking for a blast off. We'll see if we get it into the bell. Give me a fucking short cover rally into the close. Thank you, Floyd's Garage. Yeah, I'm long into this bell. Or to certain prices. If we get to 409, I might pull some off. If we get up to here, I might pull some off and let some ride to 413.84 or so. And they don't want to print them either, being pricks about it. Stretching it out now. Nice little turn here. Catch that turn, right? We talk about that all the time. You have A, B, and C entries. Knowing when to buy dips. See how this holds up. If it doesn't, it's not looking pretty. My price targets are here at S1 and again at at R1. S1 and R1 up there. Unless they try to bleed me on this trade into the bell. Looks like they're trying to bleed
Prime Minister Draghi saying the overall aid package being discussed today is worth about 14 billion euro. Again, earlier today, they extended the temporary tax cut on fuel at the pump until July 8th.
This is interesting. Somebody placed a trade for UVXY 513.22 20.5C for $111,000. A note to bears out there to take note of this.
Draghi noting that the government has approved these 14 billion euro in extra stimulus measures without extra borrowing.
A note to bears out there. Oftentimes, as we head into these volatile events, you'll buy puts or sell calls, and you won't get paid like you would by buying the VIX rather than an ETF or equity, or selling or a bearish bet on equities or an ETF. So as we head into Wednesday, you may see the UVXY go up or VIX just go up, but you won't see an in-turn relationship to the indexes selling down. So I am watching calls on SPY, but then also calls on the VIX. Not as much in puts on the SPY right now. Oh, yeah, give it to me. Dude, these fuckers don't want to print me. I'm at 11 cents now. These fuckers are at these motherfuckers. Sorry for swearing. I shouldn't be saying that. Excuse me. Beep that out. I should be printing way higher than 12 cents right now. That's not high enough. That's absolute utter bullshit. Print me 40 points for fucking 80%. I want like a 200%, bruh. 12 cents now. Had an 8, or I started at a 13-cent buy-in. Added another couple hundred. I'm down to 8 cents buy-in. We're at 13 cents right now. I need another 3 cents for 100%. Trading up that VWAP that we talked about now, 409.14. Might be a place to consider taking some profit up in here. It gets risky above here, just so you know. So our buyer's still in charge currently. Dude, these fucking, they gotta print this shit. Now it's at 12 cents, 13 cents. I want 16 cents. I got a sell order in now. Come on, baby. Print it. Come on, baby. Print it for me. Print it, baby. Keep coming. Now trading a view up 409.85. Sellers above at 412 and VWAP. There's some sneaky Pete's up in here. It's a little bit of sneaky Pete's at 411 and then 412 above. Be careful here. There's sellers up here. Boom. That was a 16-cent trade on 415s from 8 cents. That was a 100% trade in 15 minutes. Half an hour, maybe. And I think they were down to like 5 cents at one point. They went down to 5 cents a trade. The bottom was like 5 cents. And they went up to 15, 16 now. So it was a 300% or 200% trade. It's a nice fucking trade right there. That's a pretty good goddamn trade. Okay. That was a beautiful trade right there. That was a sexy fucking trade. See that trade right there? This was a trade right here. This is a beautiful fucking thing right here. That trade is where it's at. Right there. That was a beautiful fucking thing. Okay. So where to from here, right? Broke 410. Want to see a close above 410 for today. If you're a bear and you're like, oh yeah, I want to get bearish again. Not me. I don't want to get bearish again. You could possibly look for another. We'll look for sellers if they're back up here. It looks like they're at 420 for sure. They're definitely here at VWAP, and they're definitely hiding right here. I can tell you 2 places they're hiding. Right here at VWAP. They're hiding up here at 415. They're hiding up here at 420. This is where the evil bad bears are here. The little evil bad bears are here, and the little evil bad bears are here. I'm out of my trade too. Just if you want to know, I sold for profit. So down in here, there are some bears. Here, there are some bears, and here there are some bears. So we'll look to see, do we short squeeze and cover into the bell? If you're a bear, you can maybe do an ABC to short into tomorrow. My posit would be that we're going to trade sideways on Tuesday and possibly into Wednesday. The only other note I would make here is if you touch 4050, you're getting a reaction. Touch 4050 and you're getting a reaction. So you've got ABC if you're a bear. If you're a bear, there's A. There's B. And there's C. If you're a bull, beware that we will not get escape velocity until FOMC. We will not. We will not break 420 until FOMC. So price target above, if you're a bull, is 420 with enough runway.
Some commentary from the Kroger CEO in the CBC interview saying that food inflation is still getting worse.
We will, yeah, whatever. Fuck you, Kroger. So you will not escape escape velocity, right? We'll not get that until after FOMC. So the price target above, we got 410, 415, 420. Now we got 45 minutes left. It's a long time. So 45 minutes left, okay? What else does this mean? If we tag 4,000, what do we do? We buy this bottom, right? That's what we do, right? That's what we do around here. That's your whole year right there. I should have fucking full ported that. I should have fucking full ported that trade right there. It's all right. It's all right. I'm gonna full port it when we get down here on Wednesday. Fucking full fucking port down here. It's good. We're going balls deep. This is a good trade down here. 4050. It's a good trade. Been waiting for that trade all day long. That's a good trade down there. Now we'll see. Don't be listening to anybody crazy people out there on Twitter. We're telling you that if we hold 410, that next target is 420 tomorrow. 413. They came down to 413. They were at not 415, but they came down. It's possible we could trade here. It's possible that you could get between now and tomorrow. It's possible that there could be a trade higher, a Vanna trade, not having to hedge the short trade, so we could trade up in the overnight. But I'll tell you what, if we hit 420 and open tomorrow, it's going to be another fucking bloodbath down. So there might still be another trade here into the bell, is my point. Could be another short squeeze higher or short covering higher from here. Next target, we'll take a look at it right now. Be careful on these squeezes, because one problem with last hour is they flip immediately, right? They can turn. See this right here, 413. We just talked about this number here, right? It's 413 up here. They're hiding. You see them? They're right there. They're ready to re-short right here at 413.42, right? 420. They're rolling in to short here. We'll update our chart here, right? So 413.20 is where they're at. Right here. This is where they are above. They're here trying to hammer you down right here. They're selling into you as we trade higher. Maybe one more. Into the bell. $410.80, nice little run for the SPY. You see him right here? And then above there, right? Now, this is our normal support here, 415, 416. That's become some pretty decent resistance. And then above, we've got 420. So careful of this number up here. This is what I'm talking about. This number up here is 420. You're not going to escape that. Oh, wait a minute. Keep on. You're not going to escape this trading zone into tomorrow, even if we trade up here for the rest of the day. So even if we squeeze higher here, we break above this. These are where all the sellers are, right? If we break above these sellers here, we can trade this to 420, right? To a top here, 420. If we get rolled over in here, look for some support down at 410. Maybe a move up before, or maybe we roll it over and we take the trade up because they don't have to cover all these short positions into FOMC, closing out all these positions. Now trading 411.25. It's blasting off. 413.21 is an important level here for the bulls. 413.21. Let's show it above here to you. 413.60 now. Sellers being pushed even higher. 413.74. This could be that squeezy, baby. Squeezy. 415 Cs are now 24 cents. Now 24 cents. Blasting. So I came in and I started blasting and buying bottoms. Those are up 500% if you bought the dip down at the bottom. 415Cs expiring today. 415Cs expiring today. If you bought them right down on 405, they're now up 500%. $500. Now trading 411.43. Holy shit. So you guys can see where that is right here. Boom. 2 and 3 right here. Now sellers being pushed up to 412.73 and then 413.91. Price target above. Woo! Woo! Oh, yeah, that's a V-shaped recovering. That's a V, baby. Back in calls again. Such a gambler. Price target above 413.31. Possible 414.25. Oh, fuck yeah, push it. $414.08. Keep on pushing, baby. $413.88. 414.29 up there. Keep on going straight to the moon. Keep on going to the moon. Keep on going. 5 cent, 415Cs now, 38 cents. Whew. That was a nice little pump. Oh, yeah, baby.
And the Nasdaq 100, the Nasdaq Composite now up 100 points as stocks continue to rally here into the final 90 minutes of trade. We've yet to see anything in terms of the market on close.
What'd you say? Where are we going? Send me to the
We are
fucking
seeing
moon.
some
Give me
buyers
the fucking
particularly come in
SPX
like we
calls
saw
coming in
earlier
right
this
now.
morning
The
into
SPY
the
calls.
Nasdaq and the Russell 2000, both in positive territory.
Give me the SPY.
The S&P has now found its way into positive territory after marking a new low below the February lows.
Start buying it. Start fucking buying it.
It's been an extremely volatile day with markets swinging in and out of positive territory several times in the first hour of trade.
Bears getting paid
before
a little.
We saw a significant sell-off midday, and now we're coming back here towards the end of the session.
40 cents on 415Cs. 40 fucking
the
cents
VIX
on 415Cs.
Is off of session highs at 33.48. Is giving back nearly all the day's gains now in the VIX.
41 cents, 415C. Hot damn. Hot damn. Only 3:26 in the afternoon. Got to wait all day long for this shit. Woo! Woohoo, baby! That was a blast off right there. That was a door kicker right there. Bears stumbling. 3:27, 3 more minutes left. They're hoping and praying they got 3 more minutes left. They're like, please, please give me sell side into the close. Bull's like, fuck no. Bull's rolling in right now. Rolling in. Look at those calls coming in. SPY calls, Apple calls, SPY calls. SPX May 3rd, 4210, $200,000. SPY 531, 428C, $1.1 million. Dip buy in Central down here. They don't give a fuck if it's 4050 or 4000. Bulls stepping in. They're in charge right now. They don't want to hear shit. Get up there. I want you up there, you dirty dog. Show me 418.55. Doubt we get there, but a good price target's probably about 413.68 or so. Somewhere up in here. You see this up in here? See this 414.56? That's a nice price target. See that right there? It's a nice one. Just ass blasting. Blasting asses. So I came in blasting. Cap said, this is what you buy. Cap said, this is what pays better. Cap said, fuck your 300%. I'm going for 6,000. Your Bears tell you that on Friday? The Bears tell you that on Sunday? Fuck no, they didn't. I love you too, Marcus. Bears didn't tell you none of this shit. Look at that face ripper on SPY. SPY calls just blasting. Okay, let's be careful around here. 1436. Get this neat little thing back here. This is a rejection point, right? Got another rejection point here. What else can you do? You sometimes I'll write things like this. I know I got a rejection and I got a high point over here, right? I'll draw something like this. Somewhere in there. And I'll match that up right there. And you can see, right, rejected, resistance, right? Way out of bound resistance, right? Rejected here. So you got 1, 2, right? And now we're settling here, right? This is out of bounds for us, right? This is where the resistance comes into play. I want to turn this resistance into support. I don't know if we're going to get it. I think they're going to try to sell it down here. This is your upper bounds of resistance above here, right? This is that 414.20 we were talking about. See how it lines up? 414.15. And look where it's at, right up here. 414.38-ish. See it up in here? We're going to get squeezy up there. So you got this little tag bar right here. This little white one, right? We slam it up into this one right here. Slam it up into here. Bam, right? If we're able to get above there, good night, ladies. See 420 today. I don't think we do, though. Don't trust me. It's somewhere here. This is where you take your money and run. Trust me. Right up in here, take your money and run. Take your money and run up in here. You can leave 1 or 2 runners if you want for 420. Take some money off the table. Hold on, I'm going to take some money off. Hold on. 48 cents, baby, on 415 C's. $0.48, 415 C. Those were 5 pennies. 5 pennies right here. At 2:44 in the afternoon, they were 5 pennies. It's 1,100% profit. It's 1,100% profit, isn't it? Is that what it is? It's 1,100% profit. We're at 1,100% profit on 415 C's down at the bottom down here. About to have like a panic attack. Hot shit, damn. Let's take a look at Bookmap. Upper bounds now 415.10. 415.10. A little bit of a rollover right now on the SPY. 415.10. Another target above 418.21. So we got 415.10 right here. Okay. So we'll raise this up right here. We'll leave this right here. I like the idea of this lower, okay? But we have some other targets above 415 or 418.10. That's right here. It's this yellow funky line right here. 418.10. Be careful of this one. Right here. We could trade this easily today. Right up in here, okay? I'm going to dump that because we already have it here. If we fucking trade this up to $1, I'm going to freak the fuck out. I'm going to add some in right now just in case again. All right, so I think this is a fat chance of us getting up here. But next price target. After that, into the bell, 418. This will be like a fucking 3,000 to 4,000 printer by end of day. This is gonna be a 3,000% day. You want to see a 3,000% day? If we get up there, if we get up here, this is gonna be a 3,000% day. So you can all get fucked out there telling me not to fucking wait to buy the goddamn dip. If we get up there, if we don't, we'll just call it. I don't know what we'll call it. Fuck you, Twitter. Straight up, fuck you, Twitter. We got people on Twitter like, you got to be nice, man. You won't get 1 million followers. I don't want 1 million followers. I want a few select fucking bulls that know when to buy a fucking dip. A few select. If you're going to have one chance to buy a dip, it's your time. Get up there. Get up there. Get up there. Get up there. Seriously, get up there. Get the fuck on up there. Get up there. Get up there. Keep fucking pushing. 413. Woo! Woo, baby. I'm all excited here. I'm getting all fired up over here. Levels, baby. Blasting. So I walked in the room and I started blasting. Fuck. This is your chance if you're a bull. There's your levels for you. There's your levels for you. There's your Vanna rally. You want some Vanna? You want some end of the day Vanna? Sorry, I'm sorry. I'll stop yelling. All right, I stopped yelling. So right here, just keep an eye on this 431. This right here, keep an eye on this one. There's a key one right here. Okay, there's a key one right here. This is where the resistance was. This is where we bounced earlier, right? This is way outside of resistance. We just almost tagged it. See that tag right there? So what are you looking for as a bull, right? Is to break out of this. For you to get 420 right here, right? I'm going to do it like this, okay? You guys see it over here? This is in line with this one right here. Why did I draw this one without having a second reference point? You didn't need it, did you? You had the reference point here. You had a reference point here. You got another reference point here. You saw the bounce down here. Boom. Slammed it, right? So if you're going to take another trade into the bell, what are you looking for? You're looking for some support right back here again for a trade higher. Right? So where is that? Where is that at, right? It's right here. It's right there, 411.49, right? 411.49. You're looking for that to hold. Look at that stupid fucking book map's like, I don't know, man. We're going to look for where the buyers are. Where are they down here? It says 408, but look, they're up at 410. So we're going to look and see this down here, 412. We want to see that hold down here. It's 1120 down here, 411.20. We want to see this hold for another rip higher. See, these bears don't want to give up here. They don't want to give up this 414. You see these assholes up in here? They don't want to give it up, because if they give it up, right, you got 415 above, and then you've got 416, and then you've got Valhalla at 418. You got Valhalla at 418. We'll see if these bulls can hold on right here. If there's a break of this 412, it could get ugly.
New Zealand Finance Minister Robertson just outlining new fiscal rules, saying New Zealand will be keeping its budget surplus in a band of flat to 2% of GDP over time.
What are you doing? I'm day trading.
Also saying a new debt measure will be introduced.
What are you doing?
And they expect to return to a budget surplus by 2024 to 2025.
How long
did
you wait?
From New Zealand's finance minister.
Waited all day long for this. Waited all day long for this. What happened when you bought down here and you got scared? I held. When it was rolling over and I said, oh, I'm totally doomed down here. What do? You hold. And you trade it up. What are you going to do next? I'm going to wait to see if this holds. If it does, I'm going to take it again higher. That's what I'm going to do. What are you doing out here as a bull buying this bottom down here? It's very dangerous. You shouldn't be doing that, Forbes. What are you doing out here on a Sunday telling people that they shouldn't be scared of 360 and 380? What are you telling them to be looking for a bottom to buy? What are you telling them to expect a reaction down here for? Why are you telling them to be looking to buy anything that's down here? I don't care if it's Monday. I don't care if it's Tuesday. I don't care if it's Wednesday. Why are you telling people that? You shouldn't be telling people that. The put side is where all the money's at. You're going to make 80% down here. That's what I've been told, right? That's what I've been told. You know what I'm telling you? I'm buying dips. Buying them. Buying dips. Buying dips. Buy me some dips. Get me some dips down here. Telling bulls. Telling bulls right over 6 months you're getting beaten up down here. Where do you buy dips if you're a bull? You buy them down here. You buy them down here. You buy them down here. Whoa. It's crazy town. We're getting all crazy. Whoa. What do you do if... Whoa. Hold on. Let's close that up for a minute. What do you do when you're up here? Taking profit, right? That's what you do. You take profit up there, right? Doesn't matter, right? If the market's going up or going down, does it? When you're oversold, right? And we're oversold. When we get oversold, what do? Regardless of the market going up or down, regardless of trend over 6 months or a year, what do we do down here? What do we do down here? We buy dips. You don't buy dips at the top. Buy dips down here at the bottom. You buy those dips. You buy that 412, right? You buy that 412, and we're not going to full port yet. We're not going to get crazy yet. But you buy these dips and you run them up.
More here out of Italy. The economy minister just clarifying that the windfall tax on energy firms is rising by 15 percentage points to 25% in Italy. This after we heard from Prime Minister Draghi earlier.
What do you do down here?
He outlined some new energy measures. Now we're hearing from the economy minister.
You stop listening to social media. You stop listening to the news. You stop listening to bears. Bears, what do? What are you supposed to do up here? I'll tell you the same thing. You stop listening to social media. You stop listening to the news. You stop listening to the bulls saying we're going all-time highs. It's the inverse, right? It's the exact same thing, right? We know the market's bearish. We know the market's oversold. Right? So what do you do down here? What do you do? Who are you trapping? Who are we trapping down in here? I'll tell you who we're trapping down in there. You know his name. I love all of you out there. What do you do down here? You buy. Why do you buy down here? Because you get prints like 1,000% prints. That's why you buy down here. Do you full port down here? No, but you start buying dips down here. You start buying dips down here. What are you going to do on Tuesday? You're going to buy dips down here. What are you going to do on Wednesday? You're going to buy dips down there. You're going to buy those dips as they cover their shorts. These aren't bears, retail bears. These are bank shorts. You're covering these bank shorts. You're going to make money. You're going to skim money from fat old white guys. Fat boomers. You guys that's right, son. We're skimming money off of big fat old men. They're billionaires. All their fat, greedy, fat fingers. This is where you take it from. This is the titty. I shouldn't say that because there's kids there. This is those fat old greedy guys out there, right? I think it doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat, right? You could be worth $5 million. You're not as rich as these guys. You ain't. You ain't a billionaire unless you're a billionaire, right? I don't care what you are. You're not stealing from a Republican or a Democrat that's like, worth $1 million here. You're stealing from a billionaire. This is a billionaire in here. This guy right here. See this guy that's going up? This is a billionaire. This guy has all your money. Doesn't matter where you come from. Doesn't matter how wealthy you are. You want to get your money back from those old guys? This is where it's at. This is where you take their money. Right here. Every day you take their money in here. Not every day. Once every month and a half or so. You ride up here and you take their money out on the way back up, right? You skim them on the way back up. When you see rich old guys, right, and they're worth like fucking $20 billion, $60 billion, this is where you take their money, right in here. This is where you get it. Right in here. And they have big conferences in Omaha and they go, I don't like the retail trader. I don't like that they treat it like a casino. You know why? Because they don't want us taking their money, and their money is right here. That's where their money is. That's where they are. This is where they sneak it. This is where the sneaky Pete's. This is where they hide in the market, right in here. This is where they're hiding. This is where they don't want you knowing about. They don't want you to know they have to cover. And so you come in, and you swoop in, and you take their tendies. And they'll never even know. You go up 1,000%, right? They don't even know. They just made $1 billion. All you want is a little tiny bit of it. Just a little bit. Just a little bit to pay for the mortgage. Just a little bit to pay for the college fund. Just a little bit to pay for, I don't know, groceries because inflation's so high. Inflation because gas is so high. Doesn't matter what your political background is. You guys have to manage your own money, right? You've been forced into this market. So what do? You piss off the old man. Piss off that boom. And you take his money in here. Take it right in here. Take all of it right in there. Boom. Gorgeous. That's a trade of the year right there. That's a beautiful thing right there. Right there. That's a trade. You could literally take that trade right there, turn off your computers, and come back in another month and a half. Come back in a month and a half. That was a trade for you. And you got two more. You got two more. You got two more. You got it today, right here, and you got two more lined up right here. I'm probably going to lose viewers for a month and a half again. You're going to trade this here. You're going to trade it again. We did it this morning, right? I'm going to buy every dip down here. I'm going to buy every dip down here and wherever it goes. I'm going to buy this dip. I'm going to buy that dip. I'm going to buy this dip. I'm going to buy that dip. That's what I'm going to do for 3 straight days. Dang it. That's what I'm going to do for the next 3 days. That's my plan for the next 3 days. I don't know what your plan is, but I'm buying dips down here for the next 3 days. And I don't care where it trades to. I don't care if it goes to the depths of hell. I'm buying dips down here. I'm dip buying. Bring the chips, bring the soda, bring the beer. That's what we're doing. We're buying dips next 3 days. Tune in Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday this week to do some dip buying. And I don't want to hear anybody out on social media telling me that the put side pays better than the call side. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Yeah. I'm waiting for this for a month and a half. There was a good rip the other day back here a couple days ago. It was a good rip. But this one you know is happening. You can time this one. This one you know what's up. You know it's happening. I've been giving enough warning. I've been screaming at you for 3 days. I'm happy again. There we go. I'm happy. Now I'm happy. I'm happy again. Look at these dip buyers down here. Boom, bought another dip down below. Got a dip here at 411.47. Another dip buy that held down here, right? We're going to take a look and see, are the sellers here? We want to know if the sellers are really here or not. Here they go. They're right here, sitting here. You can see them up in here, right? They want to keep you from going above 413.71. Trying to roll you over, right? Trying to roll you over here. And why don't they want you there? Because of this up here, 418.50. Now, what does this mean? There's one thing I want you to understand as we get into this close. If we can't get a ripper, a face ripper into the close today, right? Be conscious of this. This rally here, right? This rally here could lose steam. Could lose steam without an expiry on Tuesday. So be conscious of that. You could lose steam as we head into Tuesday. And you'll see that
Draghi goes on to say it's very important that Brussels gives clear guidance on gas payment in rubles. Waiting for it anxiously.
So as we get into this close here, right, we've got 11 minutes left here, right? It's possible we could gap it, or it's possible we could trade it up into the close tomorrow. We could lose some steam though. So if we go up into 420 or 418, and even this is another scary thing. See this one right here? You know what we can do? We can trade this, believe it or not, all the way up here and after the bell, and then at nighttime they sell it down, believe it or not. So if you are going to long this into the bell, if we get up here into the close, you can possibly even take some profit at 4:15 or 4 o'clock or 4:15. Just take your money and run. Take your money and run, and wait to live another day into tomorrow. Now, can we squeeze it even higher into the bell tomorrow? Let's say we squeeze it up here in it tomorrow. It would be a sell the news right off the open. We'll be selling it. There ain't no way are you getting above 420. I promise you that. Okay. So this could be a setup to fuck bulls. Be careful. And you see this 418 right here? This badass 418 come bite you in after hours. This 420 can come bite you in after hours. You might not get a good position as a bear at this. You might not get a good position as a bear in cash market. This is a dangerous place to be long in this overnight. So as we trade in, we've got just a few minutes left. We've got 10 minutes left. We're going to look to see if we can break past this channel that I drew before this even came out. We're able to see if this can blast up and in. There should be some good trading up into here, into the bell, and then I would close for profit. I don't think you're gonna close it and break above this. You might, but it's not worth the trade. The trade was the bottom today. You can see us trading up higher now, right? Trying to break this. This was the trade. The trade is not above into here. The trade is down here and try to take this into the closing bell. And you're also starting to watch some weakness in the price of those calls. 415s are now only 30
Out
cents.
of Washington, D.C., a Senate panel is going to be hearing from both Visa and MasterCard. Executive is on Wednesday.
So be careful down in here as we trade into this closing bell. If you're a bull, remain calm, okay? Remember what we talked about all weekend. I pound it into your heads, right? Pound it into your heads all weekend. Pound it into your heads all weekend. Take this trade, right? This is the trade right here. Be careful of the rollover heading into Tuesday, right? You get some kind of nonsense like this, and then we go flying higher, okay? So be careful of this trade. This is a bull trap just as much as the bears are trapped. They'll trap the bulls in here. You'll be left holding bags into Tuesday, Wednesday. You need something more, some kind of confirmation. And you know what else you could do? You could long this, but if you trade futures, you could hedge this in futures. If you can't hedge this in futures, it's the same as usual, right? You want to break out of this upper bound, show support, and then you take this part of the long right here. This is the long that you take. So you could hold this into the bell to 415. If you could hedge it, if it rolls over into tomorrow, if you're only trading cash market, too risky as we come into the closing bell. So take profit at the bell or 415. The only thing I would say to you is that after 415, we might lose the bid in whatever zero dates you're in. So 415, next 7 minutes, pull the plug, take your money and run, right? And then wait to see what happens on Tuesday if we trade higher. You can miss this part of the trade. You don't need this part of the trade. You needed this part of the trade down here. This is the part of the trade. You want to hand that bag off to somebody else. Let them take the risk here. You want to pick that trade back up over here if we trade higher. If we do it on Tuesday, we'll take that trade higher. If we do it on Wednesday, we'll take that trade higher. If it rolls over here between now and tomorrow, what are we doing? Buying another dip to go higher. Buying another dip to go higher. So we've only got a few minutes left. 3:53 in the afternoon, 7 minutes. Hope you guys are able to be making some money today. This is a good day to be making money, right? This whole week's a good day to be making money. Do we do the creepy crawly up into the bell, right? We're going to blast this off, finding some support above here. Let's see if they can get it. If it was me and you, and I'm talking to you right now, we might creepy crawl it up, but be careful. This is where you get trapped if you're a bull. You just take your money, put it in your pocket, take your girlfriend out for a date today, right? If you really believe that the government loves you, you should go donate some money to the government. Otherwise, put that money in your pocket, pay your bills, pay your mortgage, pay your rent, pay your wife, pay your boyfriend, pay your them, whatever you call your significant other, or just, I don't know, go for a backpack or a walk or a sail or whatever it is that you're going to do here. 38 cents once again on 415 C's into this bell. 38 cents one more time. This is a buy program into the close. Huge move up end of day. Had to wait for it all day long. Puts didn't even print well down in here. This is where the move was in the thousands of percent. The call out down below here started over here around 407, and then it went as deep as 5 cents a contract. Then traded up to the high 60s, 60 cents. 60 cents a contract, and this first original push up here. This was the play today. This is the play. 1,200% trade of the SPY today. Unbelievable. Whatever you should be looking at, drop it and look to be buying dips. You're a dip buyer these next 3 days. Price does not matter. You are buying dips these next 3 days. You want to print you want to print 13 baggers? They have what is this stuff of legends on Wall Street bets? You want to print those? This is when you print them. You print them right now. There's a few days every month, month and a half, 2 months where you print 13 baggers. You print 20 baggers. You brag about it. This is where the legends come from, is this time of month. And no one wants you to know that. Nobody. There ain't no bank. There ain't no newspaper. There ain't nobody that wants you to know that. 4 minutes left into the bell. And you're going to have more opportunities to bang these. They're going to try to fake you out the next couple days. Don't worry, we got that.
Or from the New Zealand Finance Minister Robertson saying the surplus rule will allow for fiscal shocks.
You know what your job is the next few days? You know what your job is? You take these trades, right? And then you close your computer and you stop tuning into Cap until another month and a half passes. You say, hey, Cap, here's my cell phone number, and call me on the phone and tell me the next time this is going to happen. Because I might just take this shit private. If we're going to be a bear market, I might just fucking take this shit private, and I'll just send you an email once every month or two and say, you guys ready? You guys ready to make 13,000%? You ready to make 6,000%? You ready to not mess? You ready to go for a backpack ride? You ready to go for a bike swim? You ready to go for a ski fall? right? This is the time. You do these trades every month and a half or so, right? Like clockwork. This is your time to shine. Time to shine. Just pouncing, ready to pounce. All scared down here. I'm paranoid down here. I want to buy that dip. This was nasty buying down here. This was no fun. This is horrible. Look where we are. 4:14:15 into the bell. Got 3 minutes left to the close. Maybe we'll get another opportunity tomorrow. I'd be fearful in here. I don't like this trade in here unless you can trade Globex. Because if they pull the rug on you, you're gonna get trapped. If you get up into here into the open tomorrow, what do? If Cap dies in a car accident today and I never come back, you sell it. That's what you do. You sell this. Okay? We shouldn't escape velocity up here. We might. The banks might know we're on to them, and we might escape it before we get to FOMC. It's possible. It's always possible. But we'll trade that level when we get there, right? We'll let this trade take, and then we'll get confirmation to take this trade higher to the next level, to 430.
A couple of minutes to the closing bell in New York on the earnings front today, and we'll get Avis Budget Group, Chegg, Clorox, Devon Energy, Expedia, Flowserve,
2 minutes
Fabrinet,
left
Leggett
to the
and Platt,
bell.
MGM Resorts,
Be careful that
Mosaic,
sometimes your zero dates will lose value after the bell. Sometimes they go up, but sometimes they lose value. Be
Transocean,
careful. We have 2 minutes left. You don't want to have
Williams
like a
Company,
40-cent call
WMP,
turn to
and
20
Zoom,
cents a minute
ZI.
later.
Sorry, that's Zoom Info, ZI, Zulu in India.
I think that's what we do. You know what I'm talking about, Ben? Ben Godfrey knows what I'm talking about. Ben knows exactly what I'm talking about. In a bear market, you could not trade until these moments happen, and you will beat the market. You will beat it all the way down, with no stress, with no bullshit, with no fucking having to read the newspapers, none of it. If you just place these trades every time this market breadth indicator triggers. And of course, there's a bunch of other shit you have to be watching, right? You got to make sure we're close. You got to make sure that it's your time, right, to buy it. That's all you're doing, right? You do this, it doesn't matter if this shit sells off to fucking 200, 2,000. Just buy these dips down here. You guys know what I'm talking about? Thank you, Ben Godfrey. Just think of how many times you trade in a month and a half and lose all your money. And you just wait for these trades. You just wait. You just turn your shit off and come back when you're ready. Bell. Boom. There you go. Take your money and run. I'll see you all back here tomorrow. We got 2 more days of this. If you're a bull, this is your time to shine. This is the time that you take to make sure that you protect your wealth. Adios. Hey, make sure you like and subscribe. Please try to support the channel. There's a donate button down the description. There's also a donate button over on my @CaptainsAlpha handle. I also added, if anybody wants to donate like a different way, don't like PayPal, I've got a little, if you use your phone, there's a donate button or something my wife was helping me with. If you're a poor trader, losing your shirt, just like and subscribe to these videos. Tell your friends about me. Because more than likely this shit's going private at some point. At some point, it's just going to be a group of us trading together, and we're not going to fuck around. If this market's going to continue to sell the fuck down, if we're going to get bloodbaths like this, we might just take this shit private, let in a few bulls, some bears, and we'll just start making less trades, and we'll just start keeping the money for ourselves. I mean, this even seeing this today is getting me to that point where I'm not having fun in this market anymore. If I'm not going to have fun in this market anymore, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make bank in this market. And I know that there's a group of you out there. I know that there's a group. I know there's an original group, an OG group, a Winky group, a Josh group, a Joe group, a Ben Godfrey group. I know there's a Sport K out there. I know there's a bunch of you. A Jill Nieto, right? I know that there's people out there that know that we could just trade these indicators, and we'll be meeting up with each other by next year. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. You guys all have a wonderful afternoon. I'll talk to you soon. Love hanging out with all of you.